Hello. 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 Check, check, check. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Let's get started. Let's get going. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, everybody. I am, of course, Fanable. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel as we are here jumping into more blueprints, heading into part 18. Part 18, day 47. It feels weird that we're only jumping into day 47 here as we only did day 46 on the last stream. Technically speaking, day 46, which I guess is kind of appropriate. I hadn't actually really thought about it until later. So day 46, we actually did get a lot accomplished on the first day 46. On the first day 46, we spent probably a good hour before we actually did technically start playing the game, before we even started the day. We spent a good hour at the start of the stream looking at our notes and clues and pieces for the sigils in the Sanctum Room and the new clue book. And then after about an hour of doing that, we finally started day 46. And with that new knowledge, we were able to actually well, I guess at first, we got the new clue stuff sorted out where we got the information for the whole turning the base of the Scorched Sundial. But of course, we didn't know exactly what to do at that moment. We did go to the only sundial we were aware of over in the orchard, but didn't do anything. We did not find out until way later on in the day that we had to actually scorch the sundial, which I don't really understand how that works. Who invented the technology behind that sundial? That's what I want to know. I guess there's so much magic involved, you could say it's just a magic sundial. But we scorched it, burned the spots, and then I kind of inadvertently just ended up turning it. It's a little weird to me that you can scorch like the different sections around the sundial, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the base and where it needs to be turned. Where the scorch marks are meaningless, as it turns out, because I had to do it twice. Why did I have to do it twice? Because right at the end, and it was more or less at the end of day 46, we had a power surge. Just a slight blip, quick flicker of the power, but that was enough to turn off my computer and completely wipe everything that we did from day 46, so we ended up having to come back and redo day 46. But yeah, like I said, I guess it's appropriate. I didn't really think about the fact that 46, the grand old number of 46, was the day that we had all this insanity happen, where we did find the Scorched Sundial, got the pieces out of there, giving us access to the satellite dish, giving us access to Cinca. We were able to access the computer through the clues of the minor major. We did that as well for the new clue, and then we also figured out a lot of what we needed for the sigils down in the Sanctum. So that's almost all of the important stuff that we did. We were doing the Sanctum rooms and doing the Sanctum puzzles when the power outage went out. Thankfully, most of that stuff wasn't like overly important. Most of the stuff that happened in the beginning with day 46 was mostly informative stuff, not necessarily stuff that put us behind. It was just gaining information. So, let's see here. Let's bring this up. So yeah, we completed the Sanctum puzzles. We completed the sigils as we needed them. It is done and done. Filled them out, finished them up. Yes, Costa Rica. Yes, we missed it. I would have been fine with that. Honestly, with the amount of guesswork we had to do for some of these sigils, I probably would have been fine, Cerebral, if you had told me, like, you've seen it in the dormitory. The funny thing is that would that have instantly clued me in to the extra detail we needed for Kororika at that very moment, or would I have to have actually tried to figure out what it was in the dormitory? Because the funny thing is that the dormitory is one of the few rooms I did not make a folder for. I did have a screenshot of the details inside the dormitory, but I never ended up putting it in the dormitory, a dormitory folder. So I had to actually go and look at them later on. But yeah, so the big deal is that Kororika, the clue there is that Kororika University dormitory, which would point you in the right direction for the academic moat, which is what it ended up being, academic moat. As far as that would have allowed us to do the guesswork on just the rays. Still don't know about the rays. I don't know if I've read anything about the rays. Yeah, that would have been fine. You probably could have told me that, but I probably should have at that point just been like, "Oh, it's fine. Just tell me tell me the room. Tell me the room." But yeah, the roads thing, no idea, because we did end up guessing with the rays and the roads being, so we had two with the roads, right? Fen Aries was roads and Kororika ended up being roads. None of the sigils ended up having horseback. I felt like horseback was the obvious one for Kororika because it's mountainous, it's snowy, rough terrain, and what is one of the descriptions for the horseback rays? Rough terrain. So it felt like it was an obvious one for Kororika, but apparently not. Apparently they have a nice system of roads that is what their sigil is. Maybe it updates and changes. Maybe they had horseback as their sigil at one point, and then it changed to roads. I don't know. It is funny too, though, that Araja, we ended up we knew Araja based on the flower symbol that we found on a broken piece of their sigil, and then we got the rain from the stamp. I had not realized, after looking at some of my other notes, that Araja is quite clearly on display inside of the archives. So I did go back and look at some notes. I haven't completely gone over my notes. I do want to do that. I want to take the time going through all my notes and rereading some stuff. It's long overdue that I need to go back and I want to reread some articles, reread some other stuff. Bookshop. There was one detail that should have stood out to me from like the Bookshop article being mentioned. Oh yeah, because I talked about the fact that a new clue appeared to be based on the detective that was looking into them with the hat, and I'm assuming that's clearly him in the second fortune. We didn't know about the detective at the time that we got the fortune, but now obviously since it's based, we can assume that it's definitely based on the detective, that the detective is who we saw in the article. But what is the fortune really? Is the fortune implying that the detective is still to this day sneaking around? I don't know. I'm not sure. But then, over in the archives, one of the filing cabinet pieces does quite clearly show what you need. Almost, obviously, it doesn't show the rays, but this is more or less. It doesn't show the rays in the color. Color is like one of the easier ones to figure out for these, especially after you've done the classrooms. But yeah, the only thing you wouldn't know at this point, I guess, would be the rays. But quite clearly, Araja, pretty simple, pretty easy. Yeah, so we got that done. We did all the sigils. We were able to do all the puzzles. I did have still none of the puzzle boxes as hard as Fen Aries, but there was a couple boxes that tripped me up for a bit. But yeah, Fen Aries still holds the record for being the most difficult. The Fen Aries one took me the longest to finish. By far. Outside of managing to open all the boxes, that of course did give us access to all of the postcards. Now this is where it gets interesting, because we would have ended the stream on the first day 46 that we did. I guess that was the literal day 46. Our second day 46 is the one in quotes. Our technical day 47. So the first day 46, we were just going to probably work on the Sanctum puzzles. We had dead-ended ourselves, and we did not have access to the antechamber, which would give us access to room 46. So the plan was, I think, that when we were on our first day 46, we were just going to take a stab at the Sanctum puzzles, and then once we were done with that, we probably were going to stop the stream. But since we had to start over again, we started the next day 46 on doing those puzzles, and I went, well, since we have the extra steps from our original day 46, and we have a fresh house not available, and we've opened room 46, I guess let's try to get to room 46. And then it ended up being a very, very long extra day 46. We did the hovel again, funny enough, and we did get access to the antechamber and room 46, which actually worked out perfectly. Our weird Groundhog Day 46 led us to room 46, where we were able to solve the board puzzle for the trip that Sinclair took. I do not agree with Sinclair's travel plans. We discussed that at great length. Now, we talked about the we talked about it a little bit, that there was some clues that kind of didn't help. The major clues here. Let's open room 46. Where is room 46? I'm blind. Right there. I wish I had taken a shot of the completed one before it flipped up. So yeah, the clues we got, the major clues that we got from the postcards, was it basically told us the exact order that the entire western part of the world was in. We knew that Morajai had to be before Vera. We knew that Kororika had to be after Vera. We knew that Arinda was the start. Fen Aries was the end. Before Fen Aries, we could gather from the postcard that Nuance had to be the end. The stumbling block ended up being Araja and Arch Aries. We finally settled on Araja being the first one outside of Arinda, because he mentions going south to visit the landmarks in Arinda. Going to Araja would make sense. This is where it got confusing, though, because the postcard mentions that it took essentially what was a 3-day voyage from Araja to Arch Aries, and then apparently he went from Arch Aries to Morajai. I don't know why. It would make more sense to me if he was going to plan this trip to go from Arch Aries over to Kororika, and then do one of these two before heading off to Nuance. But that's neither here nor there. Where it was very strange is that he describes it taking a 3-day voyage from Araja to Arch Aries, and then taking a short voyage from here to Morajai. Now, I will say that I guess you could maybe fill in the blank. The one fill in the blank that I would do for that is that he mentions the main island. He says, after a short voyage to the main island of Morajai. So it's possible that we could assume that maybe he took a long voyage from Arch Aries to one of the smaller islands of Morajai, and then he had a short voyage from those to the main island. Even still, it definitely made things a little strange. But yeah, obviously with most of the main order out of the way, the only two stumbling blocks were Araja and Arch Aries. But we finally did it. We finally did it after a few guessing on those orders. Assuming that, of course, Nuance was for sure the final place that he visited before going back to Fen Aries. And we opened it up and revealed the deed, the will, the deed and the will. So yeah, we need to find these drafts. It does say that Herbert has left the preliminary draft copies of Red Prince and a clue, so we need to find those at some point here. Now, assuming that the clues here are the when she wrote each, brightest and darkest, I don't know if those are literal in their clues. We know that we now have an experiment that we can run through the Cinca. That was one of the things, obviously, we got. One of the experiments that we can run through the laboratory is removing the boxes, I'm assuming from that dark outside hallway. Where does that lead at that point? I don't know. So I don't know if, like, maybe Maybe a new clue is somewhere in there, in the darkness. I'm not sure. Red Prince says she wrote while visiting the state during her brightest of her days. And then he bolds in the natural order things. I don't know. We'll get to that later. We did activate, so on our repeat, and Cerebral, you missed all of this stuff. On our repeat, in addition to you missing the fact that we did get to room 46, opened up the safe, got access to the deed and the will, but we did manage to get back around to scorching the sundial, accessing the satellite from Cinca. We did not get access to the laboratory, but I think that's okay. We should be able to infuse the new experiments before we do anything in the laboratory, right? Hopefully it's not one of those things where we do it and then we have to wait another day. That would drive me crazy. The only thing we missed is the planetarium. Cause shoot, man, yeah, we actually did a lot of really good things in day 46. We learned from the mailroom that there was another tile hidden in the planetarium. As it oddly enough turned out, that was the one and only room that we were missing. And so we have lost that trophy, kind of. We've lost that trophy and we did not get a chance to put it down. We have the planet, we have the planetarium, but I still need to put it down. I need to go inside. We'll get the last trophy in there. And then that's it. That's it, really. That was everything that we did on the combination of day 46. A little confusing, but yes. So where do we go from here? I guess, as title suggests, we're going to do some experimenting, right? I guess the main thing of the experiments that we saw in the laboratory as a result from activating the dish from Cinca is that one of the experiments removes the boxes, I believe, in there. And so we want that. I just don't know how random it's going to be. How many times are we going to have to do experiments in the laboratory before we finally get that one? And will we get a good experiment that can be activated well? Like, can we get the archives one again? I don't know. We'll have to see. Yes, it is weird. I don't know why it didn't occur to me to mention it when we were actually doing it on the last stream. But yes, very, very strange that our power outage happened during day 46, so we had to repeat day 46. Ended up, I believe, becoming the longest stream we have done. I think it beat out the longest stream that we did on the one that we did the longest day. It wasn't technically the longest day, but definitely a very, very long stream as a result of having to repeat day 46 twice. All right, so yeah, not much else to say, I don't think. We'll go ahead and jump into day 47 now. Hopefully it's day 47. It does say so. We're not repeating day 46 again. But again, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. I hope all of your weekends are going well and you're all staying relaxed. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe, share all the good things. Let's get started. Let's go. Thank you, Cleo, MP, Cerebral, presumably Cadedrin. How is everybody doing? I guess we should bring this up. Okay, so we talked about it towards the beginning of the last stream, thanks to MP, about the couple from the astronomer company that went viral. It did turn out, I did say that I wasn't sure about the validity of the apology note. It did turn out that that it was not real. It was fake. Somebody made that apology note up. But I gotta show you guys this super funny image that somebody made, and it's rather appropriate for my channel. If you're familiar with my channel, look at what somebody made. Wally, welcome back. Wally, happy Saturday. Somebody made an Edvard Munch painting of the viral moment. Perfect, excellent. Couldn't have done it better. That's so silly. So I'm not dropping any new information with this viral moment. Super, super silly. Unfortunately, I did not buy a backup battery. Here's the thing. I'm going back and forth on buying a backup battery so I don't lose my progress. I could get a smaller backup battery in hopes that as long as it gives me enough power to my computer for at least a few minutes, I could call it a day and at least save. Because to get a proper backup battery that could run my computer for a decent amount of time, you're looking at north of $100. And this is one of the only games that I would have to really worry about something like that for. I could get cheaper ones, but they would not run like a computer and a set of monitors for a decent length of time. So I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm like, do I spend the money just for this one game on the off chance that I have another power surge? I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Maybe. Maybe. It's not a bad thing to have, I guess. Or for that matter, do we? Because, like, we have our backup internet, which is based on, like, cell phone tower signals. And that would work. That would be good for if the power went out. Ooh, we have the schoolhouse. Should we do a school run today? Should we do a school run today and try to do the final exam again? I do feel like we need to review some of the notes if we're going to try to do the final exam. But maybe we'll put the schoolhouse down and see if we can get to the final exam. And then before actually taking the exam, maybe we'll do some notes review. There's a couple questions on the exam that I do feel like I need to ponder over. And maybe I'll bring those up if we get to that point. There's definitely a couple questions. Because like I said, I think it was on yesterday's stream that I looked at the percentages on my final grade of my first time. And I believe I was able to determine how many questions I actually missed on each particular subject. So I believe I know which questions I got right and which questions I got wrong. But yeah, there's at least a couple questions that I need to ask questions about. I'm just taking a gander in here. Is this what we're talking about? Is this what the experiment is talking about? These boxes? Because this is a lot of boxes. This is a lot of boxes. A video for Cadedran. Cadedran actually trying to catch MP outside? What does that mean? So, I mean, we can assume that we have to run the experiment a lot. Unless we're just making a nice little narrow passageway with the boxes. Okay, so, I mean, definitely, we do want to get the planetarium. That's an obvious goal, too. If we can get the planetarium, we'll try to put it down. Hopefully not in a bad spot. Well, we might as well do this. If we're also trying to do the classrooms today, then we definitely are going to need gems. Definitely are going to need some gems. Okay, let's not pass up the library. We should have our Blackbridge book on the ready for us. So put that down too. We did get the library again, and there is our first classroom. Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, Cerebral said he was here, just watching. Watching, not chatting. Okay, yeah, should we read the book first? I feel like we've just opened up a whole bunch of things in day 47 here. We got the start of our classrooms, we got our book to read, and we got some gems to pick up. Let's go ahead and get our gems to start off with, because after we read the book, we'll try to start drafting off of that first classroom. Let's see if we can get some gems here. Gems are in the blue box. The gems are in this box. This statement is of no help at all. Wait, haven't we done this already? Shoot, did we do the parlor twice? On the first day 46? We must have. Oh shoot, wait a minute. Am I confusing this one with another one? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, ultimately. We got it right anyways, but I'm like, actually, now that I think about it, this might have actually just been a very similar box to another one that we did. Oh, that's weird timing. We actually got 2 classrooms here. Great. Okay, that's fine. We'll put this down too, even though I'd love to have the security on the ready. Okay, we actually have 2 classrooms. That's good. I don't know. I can't remember if we did 2 parlors. I know that in the repeat of day 46, we got the billiard room again, which repeated the math question that we had from the original day 46, and we got a parlor which repeated the puzzle that we had from the previous day 46 too. So I was thinking we were going to be caught up. All right, let's go back over here and read this book. All right. We got The Curse of Black Bridge by Redford Ooling. Forward. The legend of Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. What? However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. I don't know why I put a B in there. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take an easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jasper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. And our music died. Let's turn on some music while we continue to read. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to be full volume like that. put on a little bit of Blueprints music while we're reading. All right. Despite the hardened circumstances, let's make sure that my screenshots are working. Yes, they are. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation and banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted, and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such a noble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tearing upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed the modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming around the bend of my own drive and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought to not be any face. That would be startling." There is something really weird when you're just kind of minding your own business and you're looking somewhere and then all of a sudden you see a face that you didn't notice immediately. Why is that such an immediate jump scare of startle? Jesper quickly contemplating running. The man was much older and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries. Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy. Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. I know, and what luck I found them. I only just begun picking, and look at how many I have. I would have taken me 4 full the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jesper replied with a scripted response. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all this way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a price such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a locked box in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees, put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final binding, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his unindentured position. "Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box?" Without emotion, the driver replied, "There is no key to that box." Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to the nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it to the back of the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. It bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. "You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed." Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. "What is it?" "That's one." Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. "One what you mumbling agentor? Agentor. And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person?" The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead." He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. And if he did not move from where he stood now, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function obscures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment from her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on a third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains. The overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that the travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary, gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their mouth among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew that she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Rabia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Rabia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, the two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facing white waistcoats and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Black Guard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Rabia's eyes met Miller's, the same concerned mirror in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Rabia had gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. Oh, sorry. She said, Go! The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Black Guard attack. Okay, so we can kind of already see where this story is going. Can I guess? Is Jesper going to end up meeting his demise at the hand of his own people? But assuming that the curse ends up being true, he's still going to need to take the extra steps before it happens, right? He's going to need to take those extra steps. He's taken 4 large steps, so he's got 8 more steps. How convenient, 8 more steps. The moment of the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front 2 wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep, and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Rabia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. Her appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, and he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred by a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed the two bent fingers against Miller's cheek. And with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Froderick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. And that's it. That's the end. That is a very sad tale. They're going to be dead in there. Captain Fodrick Lee. Well, I guess we could have timed it better if we added the music later on. It did work out nicely in a couple places. Well, that was a nice tale. Well, not a nice tale, but it was a good tale. Poor bastard. Tried to avoid his curse, and he rode right into it. What does it mean? I don't know. It makes it seem like they were aware of their presence for a while. Saying that now they speak? Alright. Did the effigy end up cursing them all? Agamemnon. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. Nightgazer, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. How is your weekends going? Well, you can always rewind it, Agamemnon. It was a long read. How long did it take to read that? I definitely need to drink something. I am going to lose my voice. I know I talk a lot during this game, but that was a lot of talking. Thankfully, I have my drink right here. That was a half an hour tale? You were right. Almost exactly a half an hour. Just over a half an hour. About 32-ish minutes. 31-ish minutes? Almost to the dot 30 minutes. Crazy. It was a big book. It was definitely one of the longer things that we have read. Terrible. You could have invited me over. I would have had no idea what it was at the time that you probably first read it. Mario, welcome back. How you doing, Mario? Good to see you again. It occurred to me, Mario, that I never tried the laser sentry yesterday in Helldivers. I was bummed out when I when I made the realization. Oh, we gotta collect our stamps again. We gotta collect our stamps again. Yeah, see, even though technically speaking, our Groundhog Day of 46, which lasted for like, I guess it didn't last for 8 hours because we spent an hour at the beginning of last stream going over notes. But it would have been longer, technically speaking. Let's see. Oh, here's something interesting. Oh no. I was reading it out of order. I was like, did we miss more billiard rooms? I don't know why I read it out of order. Nope, still just the one. The billiard room that we drew and then never stepped inside and then completely forgot about it. Stamps. I'm like I said, I'm assuming there is no stamp collection achievement, which is too bad. It would have been nice having an achievement for the stamp collecting, right? Especially since it's in here. Isn't there an achievement for making contraptions, though? How odd that there would be an achievement here, but not here. But still, I want my stamp collection completed, so we need to do that as soon as we get. Well, I'm assuming there is a lot of useful, pertinent information in this book. I don't know if I was supposed to recognize it already, or or it's going to come back up at some point. Mentioning of the Black Guard. Blackbridge Grotto was named after this tale. Well, I did not mean to do this door. We were going to draft off the other classroom. But we are lucky enough that we don't need to, I guess. We might as well put this classroom right here. All right, we actually have 3 of the classrooms, not having done any other ones. It's too bad, actually, that we're not going to take advantage of the draws off of the other classroom. But we now have 2 classrooms in 2 different directions that are going to have a lot of redraws that we can do. All right. Which I guess is what we're doing right now, right? Because there's nothing else to do. We either go west or we go north. Guess we'll go this way to start off with. All right, grade 3. We need 6 more. We do not have the gems to do 6 more. We are going to need to find some more gems. If we get the commissary, we might have to put it down. I do like background lore. All right, here's the commissary. I hate to spend a gem on the commissary when we only have 3, but we probably can't pass it up because we need gems. We need gemses. Oh, speaking of things that we did on the second day 46, we drew the Lost and Found again. And guess what was inside of it again? Do I even need to tell you guys? We have now drawn the Lost and Found, I think, 6 times. 6 times! Probably technically 7 times. Wait, where is it? Found floor plans. 6 times! 6 bloody repellents! We did end up using it, though. When did we use it? Was it on the previous stream before this one? We have used it once, purposefully. We have used it another time on accident. Well, because we're wanting the Lost and Found on the off chance that we can get the vault key that we're missing. Yeah, that's right. We used it on the weight room. So we don't have the weight room to worry about for the moment. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of the Lost and Found. We're hoping that we can get we're hoping we're going to get a vault key in the Lost and Found at some point. We have not been so lucky, though. We've gotten the garden key. I think we got that rainbow key. But yeah, the second item in all 6 draws of our Lost and Found have been repellent. To a point where I think Doggo Bomb is listening in on my streams and purposefully updating just my game alone. Oh, I've never noticed back there that the misspelled coffee is on the shelves. Flour, sugar, and coffee. Maybe that's a different country's spelling of coffee. So sadly, no gems. This sucks. We wasted that gem and not a single gem in sight. But we are going to take everything else. Coffee. Saved them a lot. It saved them tons of money. Wasn't that the joke for why George Lucas changed the title from Revenge of the Sith? Or, sorry, Revenge of the Jedi to Return of the Jedi? That because he shortened the letters by just a bit, he actually saved lots of money on printing posters. That was the real reason he changed it from Revenge to Return. Well, no, that can't be true because we used it twice. We've used the repellent twice. We used it once on accident. Then the next time we got Lost and Found, we got it again. And then we used it on the weight room. And then the next time we got Lost and Found, we got it again. We keep getting it. You don't like the coffee? Oh, wow. We're getting really lucky on classrooms. They want me, unless they increase the likelihood of classrooms being drawn if you've taken the exam at least one time. But we are running out of gems here. We've only got one left. We need gems. Gems are going to be our stumbling block in this bloody playthrough. I do love these maps. These maps are so good. So good. These maps would have been really fun to design. I don't know that we've ever gotten to the bottom of the space stuff. We can assume this has gotta have some relation to the planetarium. We know that we found it in her ladyship's chambers. Oh, dang. This coat check would be great. Damn. Security room wouldn't be terrible to put down, but we would lose our gem. This is hard. Oh, we're gonna get screwed, aren't we? It never ends. It's a continual spiral. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Is this... Can I already guess what this video is? I meant to show this video too, if it's the same one. Oh, it's not. Okay, have you guys seen the actual video that got put out at a sporting event? Would it be worth bringing up? Let me see. Let me see if I can bring it up. Hopefully I won't get claimed. I obviously can't play it with sound. I can't play it with sound because it's playing Coldplay in the background. Let's see if I can find it. Or I could just give you guys the link. I could possibly just do that, right? Oh no, did it get deleted? Shoot, I should have downloaded it. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, here, I think I found it. found it on a subreddit. I found it on a subreddit. This is so silly. Yeah, we can't play the audio, sadly. Hmm. Just imagine there's Coldplay playing in the background during this. It's ridiculous. Everybody's goofing on them. So sad. It's exactly like I said though, right? If they had played it cool and just stood there, it would have moved off of them. It would not have become viral. Their attempt to conceal it ended up actually making it worse. It's so silly. So silly. All right, we're going to redraw. Yeah, it did. Because it's only been like, what? A day? It's blown up like crazy. Ridiculous. That's so sad. That is going to be their legacy. Not the company that he's running. Not the company that they're working at. This silly Jumbotron appearance is going to be their legacy. Phantom, how goes it? Welcome back. Happy Saturday. All right, we're going to redraw. We're going to redraw. I would love to get the code check to get the key right now. That would definitely help. It doesn't help us with the gems. All right, redraw. Redraw. All right, there's another classroom. All right, we're gonna do the classroom, but we're not gonna be able to do any more classrooms at this point. We're 4 away from the final exam, but we got to get some more. Doing very, very good. You missed story time. We took a half an hour break from the game to read a storybook, which apparently took a half an hour to do. I have no sense of time, man. I really don't. So we got 2 classroom areas. We're going to have to take advantage of the draws on these classrooms to try to get more gems instead of more classrooms, because we have no more options. No more options. Question is, should we go to the west? Because we don't want to start getting locked rooms. Were you here from the beginning of the storybook, Nightgazer? Or did you come mid-story? Ooh. Can't do security. We want security and the utility box. But we don't want to put a utility box right here. That's good. That is good. Dang it, the observatory would be great. Oh, the observatory would be great. Oh, dang it. Alright, we're going to do the conference room so we can get this tea. Oh. That's sad, man. That's sad. You can always go back and watch it later if you want. Alright, storeroom it is. This will give us a gem, at least. We gotta figure out finding gems. We need 4 more. 4 more classrooms. So we need 4 more gems. But we're probably going to have to draw some other rooms. Oh, doggone it, man. We gotta do the security room, don't we? There goes our gem. We have 4 fruit I didn't eat? And 1 coin. Where is this fruit that I did not eat? Oh, the classrooms. We haven't been eating the apples. That's why. And there's 1 coin that we did not pick up. I wouldn't be surprised. But why story time specifically for adults? What does that mean? Like, adult-oriented books? It'd be basically like an audiobook. But it would be interesting having someone do a live stream audiobook. People be losing their voices, probably. Alright. There's an extra gem, which I feel like we need to pick up depending on the rooms that we draw. We need the trophy room. Oh my gosh, give us the trophy room. Come on. The trophy room would be perfect. That's not a trophy room. Shoot, I want to rotate the dark room. The dark room would be pointless to put down. And we don't have any green rooms. We could hope that maybe there's some gems in the bunk room here. There could be a gem in the dark room. It would be such a stupid place for the dark room. Let's just do bunk room. Scary stories. There's an app, but is it specifically live streams? Oh, there's the tape. I wish I could zoom in. Yeah, I don't know if I took screenshots of these tapes. I might have. Yeah, we can't see these ones very well either. We'd have to zoom in after taking a screenshot. There's 2 copies of Turtles of Vera, in case they want to watch it more than once. Of course. Makes sense. Harvey! Oh, I look at him drinking the water. Anything else in here? Any gems that I missed? We got some bananas. Yeah, see, if it's not live stream, then it's effectively just listening to audiobooks, right? Of which there are a great many. A great, great many. Yeah, a live stream audiobook would be a fun idea. Be interesting to see if something like that could gain traction. There might be someone somewhere. Okay. Well, Mechanarium would allow us to connect to the foundation, possibly. But that would be the only thing. Otherwise, we can spend our gem here. We've now got... That would give us 6 classrooms. 3 more to go. The voice for doing live stream audiobooks. Well, thank you, MP. Thank you for the compliment. The biggest obstacle with doing something like a live stream audiobook would be, can you maintain your voice for the entirety of an audiobook? I suppose you wouldn't have to do the whole book. You could do chapters. You could do partial parts of a book, maybe a few chapters. You'd have to, probably. Okay. Workshop or corridor. Do workshop. This playthrough is getting very odd. This day is getting odd. Anything we can make? I don't think so. Unless the magnifying glass and the hammer make something. Which they do not. I don't know what things we're missing. We have to recreate that lockpick. Special lockpick. Again. That was one thing we ended up losing on the first day 46. Ugh, our one key. Okay. We're gonna do West Wing Hall. Even though there could be a chance for a gem in the spare room. Ah, this is tough. This is tough. We do have a classroom that we can do multiple draws from, but unfortunately it's literally on the other side of the house. It is on the other side of the house from where we are. I kind of feel like we need to head back down that direction. Broken glass? Say what in the what now? Alright, we're going back. We are going back. This is apparently what we're getting out of putting down the bunk room down, is we're going to head all the way back. I feel like I should stop it. I mean the apples are only worth 2. If we got the observatory and got delicious apples, that would be great. Unfortunately, we also can't put the observatory down. Yeah, we'll save the apples. Should have not eaten that other one. There it is again. We can redraw. I'm trying to think, because we don't have any gems. Should we just redraw these 8 times? Man, the thing is that even if we get the trophy room, we're going to have to go all the way back to the other side of the house again. I think we have to take advantage of these 8 redraws, and we have to hope for the trophy room. Come on, trophy room! Come on, trophy room! Oh, there's our classroom we can't draw. You never get the room you want. Shoot. The coat check would be good. We'd have to head back the other side as well. But then we wouldn't have to worry about locked doors. Wine cellar would be good if it's free. Wine cellar has to be rare. We very, very... Ooh, the ballroom. We can't afford to get the ballroom. The ballroom would have been actually really nice to have. In fact, we possibly could achieve getting the rest of the classrooms with just the ballroom alone. Oh, there's the planetarium. I don't think we can risk going any further from here. I think we gotta just take the rotunda, so we have 2 other directions to go. We have 2 more draws, but I don't want to risk it. Let's take the rotunda. Ah! No! You gotta be kidding me! Two locked doors on rank 5, or rank 4. Oh, come on! Oh, we are gonna be screwed! See, this is why I was like, we should have just put the coat room down, because the locked rooms are gonna end up screwing us now at this point too. We're getting to the point where we're not gonna have any choice but to just keep drawing locked rooms. Now we're aimlessly going back to the other side, hoping that the two hallway doors are also not locked. Oh, come on. Please don't be locked. Please don't be locked. Dang it. Come on, gems. Or, I don't know. What else would be good to get out of here? At least we're going to get 3 items. Oh, we got a gem at least. And a key. And a compass. Not bad, not bad. Compass is good. Although, it would be nice to connect to the foundation. We're going to get locked out of the foundation here. Oh, man. Of course this one's locked. Alright, code check it is. We gotta go back to the rotunda. And the foundation is out. The foundation is out. It's either that or we put the boudoir down, but I think it's too risky. We've got to go with the code check, and then we got to start just going off the rotunda. We got to also have enough steps to get back to this code check, which is in a horrible, horrible place. We have to. We have to. If we put the boudoir down and that door is locked, that's it. We're done for the day. All right. We got 1 gem. 1 bloody gem. And we're limited on steps. This is such a horribly designed house. I mean, it's mostly due to these. Well, we can eat the apples on the way. Man, it just sucks that the apples are only worth 2. Why are the apples only worth 2, man? Alright, how many steps do we need to get back? We need 14 steps to get back from the rotunda. Which is not great. Basically, we're at half of our steps right now. We can keep going. Oh, man. It's gotta be the observatory. We gotta hope that we get some gems from the observatory. Come on, gems. Oh, we're at 50 though. Isn't this a new constellation? Is this constellation gonna screw us? It's gonna screw us, isn't it? We're gonna be seeing a new constellation and it's not gonna give us anything. How are we at 50, by the way? Did the game We were at 48 originally on the original day 46. And then we had to put down the observatory again in the repeat day 46. Did the game? We must have gotten extra stars. Yeah, oh, that's right. We picked up the mace. That's how we got 49. Alright, well, we'll see. This is one giant set of stars. The Inkwell. You may spend stars to draw new floor plans. That's interesting, but it did screw us. Because we needed gems. So, yeah, it kind of screwed us. I mean, it didn't screw us in the sense that I guess we can spend stars to draw new floor plans. But we really needed gems. Not that. This would probably have been good on a different day. Trophy room! Yes! Yes, we got the trophy room! We're still in it! We're still in it! Now we need the dining room! Yeah, if it's gonna deplete, and not to mention I'm assuming if we start to deplete our stars, at some point we're gonna get 50 again, and we're gonna get the Inkwell again. So this could be good for today, as long as we're okay with the fact that we're gonna be losing our stars. But this actually might be the now that we have at least gotten these gems from the trophy room, this might be a perfect day for having redraws. We need food. We need food, so we need the dining room, and we need to get to rank 8. Alright, this will be number 7. We need 2 more. We need 2 more classrooms. And then we're done. I do want the armory, but we're going to do the classroom here. That'll give us some extra redraws to work with, too. Do we just go ahead and start doing this now? Let's see. Let's see if we can continue the classrooms. Courtyard gives us 1 extra gem, essentially. Or do we just keep doing redraws? Oh, classroom. Nice. 1 more classroom, guys. 1 more classroom. Blue Prince needs food badly. Oh, I would love to have that rumpus room. Come on, give us the final one. Oh no, there's our dining room. Oh, shoot. Do we keep redrawing? The dining room would give us, because we could instantly go north unless it's blocked by a key card. So we could get our steps that we won't have to worry about our steps anymore. Getting back to the code check. Because right now we need, we go up, assuming that we get the final classroom. We'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 steps. We need 19 steps back from the room to the north. So yeah, the question is, do we put the dining room down to ensure our steps? And then just bank on the fact that we can do redraws with our stars? We have 7 redraws, man. This is hard to decide on. That's true. That is true. We'll get some bonus steps on the way down. I think we've eaten a couple of the apples, but both this classroom and the classroom next door have apples. I believe the classroom in the middle has an apple. I'm not sure about the next two. So that'll replenish some of our steps en route back. Alright, Agamemnon. We'll do redraws. If we do not get the classroom from these redraws, I'm going to be very, very sad. See, like this sucks too. Do we pick the cloister? And that gives us multiple directions to go, which would be good. This is a great place for the cloister. We are now down to 4 redraws. Alright, MP. Have a good night. Take it easy, MP. Sleep well, and hopefully we will see you on the next stream. Alright, we're gonna do more redraws, I think. Thank you, MP. Always a good, friendly reminder, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet already. We do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be like MP. Join us. Hit the like button. Do appreciate it. Down to 2 redraws. We are not getting lucky on this final classroom. We are on the final one, right? How many do we have? Yeah, we have 8. Damn it. So do we continue redrawing from here, or do we do something like take the treasure trove? This is tough. This is tough. Oh look, the laboratory. Should we get the laboratory? We do want the laboratory. Well... the pool would allow us to wander a little bit. The laboratory would allow us to start doing experiments, possibly the new ones. Oh, doggone it. Unfortunately, hindsight is 20/20. We should have gone with the dining room. We're getting screwed now. We're getting really screwed now. Well, we could do the kitchen. We could get a bunch of food. Then we don't have to worry about steps at all. Let's just do that for now. We're gonna have to do this. Oh, what do we got? Porterhouse steak. I think the porterhouse steak needs... the porterhouse steak needs the furnace, I think, so we're not going to get bonus steps with that one. Because we are not putting the... How many red rooms do I even... Do I even have very many red rooms? We have no red rooms. Well, I could get the club sandwich. Oh, the porterhouse's showroom? Pizza needs furnace. Okay, cool. Well, we can hold off. If we've got the extra steps now, we can try to hold off on the off chance that we do get the showroom. That would be nice. That would be ideal. Oh, there's our final classroom. Game's just toying with us at this point. All right, we've got our exam room. Okay, so... All right, so let's try to take the final exam here. But like I said, we know enough of the material needed. I don't think it's going to be a situation where we're going to fail. We more than likely are going to get at least an A. With that being said, I would like to ace this completely, 100%, if possible. So should we review? Should we review? We can review. I mean, we can review the questions beforehand. Let's see. Classrooms. Final exam. Okay, so as far as like history goes, I think we got most of them almost right. Based on the percentages of our last exam, which geography we discovered shares a question with the art. So we know for the most part what we got wrong on geography. History, I think I know which questions we got wrong on history. Algebra, I know pretty much which ones we got wrong on algebra too. Algebra, we got a 57%. But let me see here. Let's bring up periodic table just in case we need it. Okay, that's a terrible periodic table that I just found. Why is it so small? Why is it so small? Okay, here's one that's actually visible. Okay, this is good. This is good. I mean, I'm not writing down the answers, but I definitely screenshotted this the first time around. Because they don't give you... It would be one thing if they... Because you don't know what you got wrong, right? If you didn't screenshot this and you got your final score, you wouldn't know what you got wrong and what you got right. In fact, it still doesn't tell you. You have to just calculate what you got wrong based on... Or how many questions you got wrong, for that matter. All right, the Trey Van Lay held us up last time. Which I think I did get wrong. What did we decide on this? Is it my tree is not very old is the right answer? Not very old? But that old tree is not owned by me. I cannot see the tree trunk. I am not an old tree. I definitely got that one wrong. I'm pretty positive I got that one wrong. Cause yeah, 40 we definitely got right. 41 we definitely got right, I think. Yeah, Newgate. Which ones did we not get right in Aragon? How much? Because we got an 83%. Where's my... See, I don't want to make a cheat sheet. Because we could obviously just fill these out right now. And just throw them down. Um, where's the Aragon class? Okay, we must have gotten this one wrong. We did not answer this, but that's got to be it. A lack of myself. And I think we got this one right. And now that we actually know how to do this stuff, this should be simple enough. All right, most of this stuff we learned from the history book and the map. Some of these questions are on the classroom pages. We know Orinda's name now. Fifth era was 22. Third era. Um, uh, one of these was, I think it was 33. The deciding battle of the War of the Fifth Era was fought on the southern shores near what famous landmark? I mean, should we know this? I mean, we do have a river here along the next to the Royal Museum, so I guess would this could be considered. I don't know if I would consider that a southern shore. See, I'm leaning towards Colossus Orinda just because there is southern shores right here. I mean, I guess there's water under the Angel Tower too. 'Cause yeah, I could not I did not read anything about where they fought. For the final battle. I guess I'm going to lean to Colossus Arinda. All right. I don't know. We'll go ahead and take it. If we don't get 100%, we don't get 100%. Like I said, we should know enough. The only stuff that was holding us back from doing ultimately the final exam mostly was the fact that we didn't have access to the history book in its uncensored form. And for that matter, I don't think even at the time that I took the final exam, I don't think I had gone through and finalized the classroom tests in the history class either. Because the history class already answers a bunch of these as well. We didn't know how to do all of the algebra at the time as either. We now know how to do all of the algebra, so that shouldn't be a problem. All right. I think we're good. We get 30 minutes to do this. That should be plenty of time. Because even when we took the first exam, the only questions that we ultimately ended up getting held up on, there was like 3 of them. Does this play music or does it just click the clock? We're going to put on music. Let's put on some music just in case. Where were we held off on here? Just pick C across the board. You probably would fail. The problem with this is that even if you could assume that you might get an average number of answers right, you have to get at least an A in the universe of blueprints. You need at least an A. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, I've got my periodic table ready here. Just in case. All right. Let's try it here. There's not much purpose to this outside of the fact that we're going to be trying to get the trophy. Ominous music or not. A lot of the music in this game is kind of ominous, isn't it? It is kind of. All right, let me have my classroom notes open just in case too. Classroom pages. We got our colors. We got our colors. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I actually have this by itself? I do. Got our colors, our geography, and our math. Okay. All right. Classrooms. Wait, where's my history paper? Did I not put a copy of that in there? Oh, here it is, history. All right, history, pasted, in case I need them. All right, let's do this. See, that's bullcrap. It's bullcrap that it starts the moment you sit down. Talk about taking people unawares. Okay, all right, let's go through it. Now, it is bullcrap that you can't change your answer. I don't know if the idea is that it shows a little pencil graphic, but come on. What is the implication, that we're actually using pen? Why in the world can't you change your answer? Erase it and change your answer. That's so silly. Yeah, so if I bump a button or make a mistake, I can't correct it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is my periodic table wrong? Oh, no, it's not. It's not wrong. Alright, I think I'm hearing two music tracks. I am. Okay. We have the solemn piano music. Oh gosh, I don't like that I'm off on this. Okay. Okay, we're okay. I think. We'll see. I'm paranoid when I move my mouse to the other screen because it doesn't let me click anything on here when I do that. This is going to be the difference between 100% and like a 95%. Okay. Okay, so I think we got this one wrong last time. 8 times 8 times would it be 8 times 8 times 64? Is that what we're looking at here? Or would it be 8 times 8 times 8? I mean, neither of them make sense for this. Secular sphere held that only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. That can't be it. That's 100. Oh no, this is 100. Is this 100? What is this? That would be rounding. Oh, okay. 46. Got it. Okay. Oh, that's silly. Are we done? Now I wish I had taken this test on day 46 as well. The 46th question's answer was 46. Okay. All right. Now we have to wait until the next day. All right. Is there anything else? Obviously, this was our goal, so we managed to do it. It was looking iffy there, but we're fine. What else is... We still need to put down the planetarium. We wasted 3 stars. Not too bad. Not too bad. Look at all of our pencils. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not going to help us either. The only way we'd be able to get to the other side, we would have to open 2 of the antechamber doors. I mean, if you had a goal that you were really heart set onto. Hold on, let me close my classroom. I got all these classroom images open. uh, yeah, so my hang up was that when we were looking for helium, this periodic table's writing was so low. What I actually was looking at was not helium, but hafnium. The writing was so tiny. I tried to get a periodic table, but that was good, and this one turned out to be not very good either. I was like, that can't be right. Yeah, I'm trying to work out. And the problem is that we've cut off our way to the right and we've cut our way to the left. This could potentially be a great place for the closed exhibit. If we had the south antechamber door and the east antechamber door, this could be a great place for the closed exhibit. All right. Well, we could rotate the aquarium. I mean, we got 11 redraws. Let's just see what we get. Let's see what we get. Maybe we'll get something even better. Right? Was anybody following along with my exam? Do you want to tell me how I did? Or should I just wait and find out the next day? It'd be great if we could get to Christmas on this playthrough. That would be nice. But I don't want to purposefully try to get to Christmas just by calling it a day until we get to Christmas. I'd rather it come organically. Oh, there's the showroom. But this would be a terrible, terrible place to put it. Laboratory. We could make sure our experiments are kicked in. But I think I want to get a T or a cross. Oh, there's the cloister. There's the dining room. Let's do the cloister and hope we get the dining room somewhere else. We don't need the steps as much now, but keeping that in mind, let's make sure we have enough steps to get back. And we do have some apples to eat along the way, still. And the kitchen to buy more food if we absolutely have to. We need 21 steps to get back from the cloister. 21 steps. Maybe we should just do the dining room. If we did the dining room, I'd want to flip it, though. Here's the problem, though. We'd probably have to spend 2 gems to flip it in the direction we actually want it. We're doing cloister. Cloister, cloister, cloister. Hopefully we'll get the... We don't really need to go in here. We don't have a shovel, do we? That's fine. We'll find out on the next day, right? We'll find out tomorrow. Let's do the pool. Spend a gem. Maybe we'll get the sauna at some point here. We can open those chests. To what end? I'm not sure. Well, that's unfortunate. So much for drafting any green rooms off of the cloister. I don't want to spend the 2 gems here. Well, they really want me to put the office down, don't they? What the heck, man? I don't even know what I'm going for at this point. But yeah, we do need to make sure we can get back in time. Well, the dormitory will give us steps. Let's just do the dormitory. Anything new in here? Oh. That's kind of convenient. Well, we don't have to worry about keycard doors. We've actually gotten lucky when it comes to the keycard doors. But yeah, now we don't have to worry about it. If we get some. Okay, we should be okay on steps now. Some redraws. Well, we now have 3 different ways we could potentially get into the antechamber if we really wanted to. I think this is the first time we've ever had actually 3 door connections to the antechamber. That should be an achievement too. Opening every door and having a connecting door to the antechamber. Give me that achievement. See what I mean? There's lots of fun things you could do extra achievements for. Even if they're not tied to... Like, even if they wanted to keep 16 trophies, exactly 16, you could still do additional achievements that maybe don't have trophies. Should we just do Dark Room and throw caution and just see what we get? It's gonna end up giving us a bloody furnace. We got 2 gems. Okay, not bad. Conservatory, if we're here at the end. Still don't have a shovel. Let's see what we got. Alright, now we actually can see here. The wine cellar is unusual. We can make that common. That's not a big deal. It is strange how infrequently we do get it. 3 free gems. Does the wine cellar... The wine cellar's free, right? Foyer is unusual. Hallway doors are always unlocked. Okay. That's fine. That's good. That's good. Anything else in here? There is a brick wall right here. I don't want us looking over there. Do you think we'd be able to see the town from here? Maybe that's why the brick wall is there? Okay, this will actually answer a couple questions, because we should be able to see the rarity. I need an extra category. I need an extra category on the wiki, other than just gem costs. This is an unusual single gem location. But there are so many rooms that cost 1 gem. This could be the clock tower. Not the laboratory. Screw it, let's do it. Oh, well, isn't that pointless? Alright. Alright. Well, we only have 1 place that we can go at this point. Might as well eat our apples on the way back. Never got access to the foundation, so... If we have the steps, I wouldn't mind going down. Since we have the magnifying glass, I wouldn't mind going down and getting those stamps. Two red rooms. Get 10 steps for 5 gold. And we didn't end up putting the dining room down. We had the couple opportunities to put the dining room down. We did not. Thankfully, we did not end up needing it after all. Actually gonna have a lot of steps here at the end. The only thing that would be interesting coming off the aquarium is if we got something like the, if we got the laundry room, we could see what the laundry room does. How much does the laundry room cost? Is the laundry room 1 gem too? Yeah, laundry room is a single gem. We could try, I guess. We don't really have anything else going on. How much is the planetarium? Is the planetarium free? It either costs more than 1 gem. Treasure trove costs 1 gem too. Because if we could put the planetarium down, that'd be nice. Planetarium costs nothing. Excellent. Yeah, we did. We did. So we do not need to go back to the observatory. In fact, we drew the planetarium once on this playthrough. Well, I mean, we could redraw and see if we get something like the laundry room. Or we could put the laboratory down and make sure that we have... Does it matter? Like, what would be the point at this point? I'm assuming we can unlock the new experiments on the same day that we would do an experiment. Obviously, the laboratory would be pointless at this point if we can do that, because there's no experiments that we can really do at this point. And I'm redrawing. Gallery. If only we had the antechamber open. We have all those access points and no antechamber doors open. Come on. Yeah, we could do ballroom. Oh, we can't. We spent our gem on the aquarium. We could do workshop, see if we get a battery. We could build something. Oh, we don't have the lockpick. What have I not built yet? Doggone it. I need the lockpick. Oh, of course. Of course, closed exhibit here. The one place we actually could have used the closed exhibit up north. We've definitely gotten the closed exhibit more often than not. can't do the planetarium. That's a black room. Secret passage doesn't have any black books, right? What else were we wanting to hopefully put down? Oh, the laundry room, which is meaningless at this point. Alright, whatever. We'll just see what's in these next tiles. Gift shop, we don't need. But that's what we're gonna put down. Or do we need it? Cursed coffers? A permanent addition to the shrine? None would dare to open it. What? Did we just get really lucky? Would you guys have all been punching your screens if we hadn't put the gift shop down just now? Did this unlock because we read the book? Or did it unlock because we got access to the grotto? None would dare open it. What happens if I open this? What happens if I buy it? Oh, it adds the addition to the shrine. So it's something we have to draw to the shrine. I see. Alright, let's buy it. Of course it costs 13. Unlocked. Blue tents, permanent edition. Blue tents can only be purchased after you have proven your merit as a scout by obtaining 8 trophies in your trophy room. We're close. We are close. I think the grade... Oh my gosh, we're actually super close. We should be close. But we got to get that trophy from the planetarium again. And then we need to get the trophy for the class. How many are we going to be at that point? We'd be super close. I think. Because this is the trophy we have to pick back up. And then if we get a trophy for the class, we're only going to be 1 trophy off. And then we can buy blue tents. Blue tents? Blue tents. So we are going to have another reason to come back here, other than whenever this comes out. 8 trophies. Okay. Alright. That's too bad. Alright. Well, that's it, isn't it? I don't want to redraw. We used 4 of our stars at the redraw. It doesn't matter, does it? Which of these that we put down? If only we had the antechamber open. We didn't get a single lever to use in the antechamber. That's kind of bad luck. We got 3 different access ways to the antechamber, and none of the doors are open. There's no reason to do the breakfast nook. Breakfast nook gives us more steps. How much does bacon eggs give? Doesn't bacon eggs give us 15 steps? I think so. We'll put this one down, just in case there's something I'm missing in terms of the steps go. Extra gem, an extra pointless gem. Alright, and then we had the extra 5 anyways. We would have gotten the same steps no matter what. Alright, I guess technically we are done. We need to go return the key. I don't think there's anything else that we can or need to do. We did at least finish our goal for the day, having drawn the classroom. But let's jump into day 48. What is the date as of right now? That's one thing. If we're wanting to, because I've already forgotten. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. Oops. Oh no, that's the right way. Yeah, that's the right way. Okay, so we're going to be jumping into Christmas Eve. Day 48, Christmas Eve. Let's see if we can get to Christmas tonight. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for us to do at this point. I mean, I guess we could have deposited more gold into the chapel. It's so far up there. Should we go do that? We're gonna have over 200 gold in the Bloody Chapel. I don't know at what point it would make sense to bother getting that gold. We have had, I think, 3 different occasions where we were like, okay, we've got the chapel, we'll break the piggy bank if we need to, because we need a lot of gold for X whatever. But then we ended up not needing to break the piggy bank. We ended up getting enough gold just from the normal playthrough. Yeah, because the plan was to break the piggy bank when we were trying to buy out the showroom. And then we ended up getting enough gold to do that without the piggy bank. And then the same thing happened when we were trying to buy the plushie. And we ended up having enough gold for that too. So much monies. Right, that was it. That was the third occasion. We were pondering breaking the piggy bank for the bookstore, but we ended up getting 50% off that day. And so we were able to buy everything in the bookstore. For cheap, right? I think that's what happened. Either way, we ended up buying everything. All right. Day 47 in the can. Moving on to day 48. Academic Shopping Center. A place where you can go to learn and shop. Would you attend a school that was also in the middle of a mall? Have a university mall? Nine classrooms, library, dormitory, and 5 shops. Yay! There's our trophy! Now we gotta go get the planetarium as well. The diploma trophy for getting an A on the classroom final exam in recognition of an academic excellence. Oh no! We got one wrong! Which was it? Was it the one I was stumped on? Oh, it was. I knew it. It has to be that one, right? Which one did we get wrong? I'm so bummed, and we can't take it over again. I think we got a single question wrong. um, what one did I get wrong then? What one did I get wrong in geography? Shoot. Crap. Did I accidentally hit a wrong blueprints? Let's see. What one did I'd have to go back and like re-look at it. So there was one question on geography that we got wrong. We got a I'm so annoyed. Oh, am I an idiot? Oh, please tell me this is not the question I got wrong. No? I definitely did that one. I did do Morning Bay because I even double checked. Morning Bay was right. Was it the cities? Did I get the how many cities in Fen Aries are larger than Reddington wrong? What one did I not get right? Is there? I feel like I kind of remember that. I mean, I'd have it in here. At least I thought I had the slideshows. Here it is. Oh yeah. I guess that's true. There she is. Is that supposed to be the tip-off? What the heck, man? Which one did I get wrong then? Which one did I get wrong? Here, let me bring up the... Shoot, man. I'm so sad. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. But it means something to me. It means I got a different geography question wrong this time that I got right the first time, I think. What did I answer wrong? Okay, so this is geography. I did Morning Bay. No, 2 cities is correct. Did I misclick on something? Did I accidentally misclick something? What did I misclick? I gotta rewind the stream. I had to have accidentally misclicked. All of the answers that I know of are correct. So did I misclick or did I accidentally skip a question and not click it? Oh, I'm so bummed if I just misclicked or I didn't click an answer at all. That is entirely possible. Oh, if that is what caused me to not get 100%, I'm going to be so sad. Because we can't do it again. It's permanent. It's on our permanent record. We're never going to get into Costa Rica University. All right, let's rewind and see. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right. All right. Let's see. Which one did I either not click or misclick? Because number 20 was the only one, or not number 20, but the last battle is the only one that I wasn't sure on. Morning Bay. 2. Okay, Costa Rica. I was like, did I skip that one? A. Directly north of Araja. C. Did I get gypped? I answered all those right. Am I crazy? The only other geography question that's in the game, in the test, is the art one, which I clearly got right because we got 100% on the art. Those are all the art geography questions, right? There's only 7. There's these 6 and then the art one. Which means I did get 100%, but the game must have bugged out or something. See, my first thought was I must have gotten oh, that was a history question anyways. Yeah, so it wouldn't even be pertaining to this. It was geography that it's claiming that I messed up on, right? Yeah, so the one question I thought I got wrong wasn't even part of geography. It was part of history. Wait. Is that true? Where's the game? Yeah, it was geography. We got 100% on history. I don't understand. What the heck happened? Why is it thinking we got 86% on geography? It still gave us an A+. I don't know. I guess we'll see if it still says that in the records. I'd be curious to send this to Dagobah and be like, what the heck, man? What happened? Why? Here, let's look at it one more time. Morning Bay. Which, the Morning Bay one, I even double checked. I did one more double check before I answered it. Morning Bay, yeah. City of Fen, the city of Fen is south of which small body of water? Morning Bay. All right. How many cities in Fen areas are larger than Reddington? The only 2 other bloody cities, right? Fen and Oris. And then, which of the following realms is not near Fen Ares? That's Costa Rica. It's on the other side of the globe. I did mark it, right? Yes. Arch Ares is the mountain-looking symbol. What realm is directly north of Araja? Fen Ares. And then we are located in Mount Holling, Reddington, Fen Ares. Where is the geography question that is... But like I said, this is the last geography question, this one. And it's not possible to get this geography question wrong and then get it right for art. Oh man, that's so disappointing. It's a bug? It's a known bug that they haven't fixed? Maybe it's on purpose. Maybe Dagobah did that just to troll everybody. Oh, you thought you were gonna get 100%, huh? Think again, sucka. Here, have your 86%. So it's a known bug. Well, that's good, I guess. At least it's not just us. At least we know that we technically got 100% then. Assuming that the rest of the results are also accurate and not bugged. Because yeah, history, that one history question was the only one that I was hung up on. Uh Well, that's not true. Arajan, I guess I was still hung up on the tree one, but I know that we discussed that one after we took it the first time. Exactly. Why is Simon using ink? And we have to assume he's using ink. Even though, I mean, the little symbol that you have while taking the test is a pencil. So you would assume that he's writing in pencil. It looks like he's writing in pencil. The fill-in looks like it's pencil. I do feel like that's something they should really update for the exam. It really isn't fair that some people could accidentally hit the wrong answer and then there's nothing they can do about it. All right, shrine again. Should we go back to the monk? If we go back to the monk, though, should we just do it for 3 days? Or should we do it longer? Okay, to do the monk longer, we'd have to do at least 29 gold. That is starting to get a kind of pricey. I don't like the math on that. So 13 gold gets us 3 days. $13 more gold. It's not even 13 more at there. It's 16 more to get a 4th day? I don't like that at all. I don't like that. So we can get 3 days for 13 gold. 16 more gets us an additional day. And then, what, another 16 gets us another additional day? I don't know. Is it worth spending 29 of our 70 gold to do 4 days for the monk? Just an extra day? Screw it. We'll just do 13 days. There's a few rooms that I want to try to do on the monk, which I didn't even talk about. This didn't occur to me when we first read it until I was reviewing my notes. I guess it didn't occur to me at the time because we hadn't been using the monk. This bloody thing. I thought this was a hint about the room that exists out to the west, but it's in the shape of the bloody antechamber, isn't it? So I know we talked about doing the observatory. I wanted to try to do the observatory to have that right out the gate. I know we've talked about doing the sanctum to see if anything's different with the 8 doors in there. But now this is making me want to do the antechamber specifically. But now we need to get into the antechamber, which, despite having 3 connections to the bloody room in the last day, we still were not able to get to the antechamber. And now I really want to get to the antechamber to see what happens in there. At some point here, I do want to do the observatory, because the thing is that would the observatory even work if we're underground? Or would we actually have a magical opening in the top of the observatory that we can view stars? That still just makes that, honestly, that just makes me want to try it even more. Oh, I missed something? Oh no, I just wasted steps. What did I miss? I missed something in the shrine? Was my addition there? What are we talking about? What did I miss? I'm wasting steps. What is my addition where? What are we talking about right now? What are we talking about? I missed something in the shrine? Oh, that's right, the chest. Do we want to open this? I don't want to be cursed. Oh, this is creepy. I don't like that it's got hands coming out of what looks like to be a puddle. Can I even open this? Something tells you it should stay that way. Hold on, let's look at the markings on it though. Because yeah, the book mentioned the different markings surrounding it. Are these markings the same? Yeah, they are. Okay. I mean, is it worth coming back to try to open it? I don't... Like, what is it... Gosh. Is that the curse mode? So do we have the dare mode and the curse mode now? Do we want to do the curse mode? Is that something we want to do? There's the observatory. Let's go ahead and put that down. Nice. Very nice. In a very nice position next to the observatory. Let's go ahead and grab these gems, I guess. I want to go back to the observatory, though. Alright, we got the timing on this really nice. Bonus gems today, 50% off the stores. We haven't done any stores yet. That's great. Alright, we need to do the billiard room on the off chance that it has the key card in it, too. I don't like these different directions, but we're going to put the east on hold for the moment. You love admiring the trophies. You just put that in the trophy room just so you can look at them. Or are you telling me I need to go back to the trophy room to admire them? We should have 6 trophies in the trophy room now, right? The 7th, which we should already have. We have to we have to get the planetarium again. That's the main reason we need to get the planetarium right now is we need to go frickin' get that trophy back. just normal keys. Damn you, billiard room. Getting my hopes up. Workshop it is. Although we have no items. With this is the reason why we have the Lost and Found popping up here. But we'll have to rely on the East Wing at this point if we do the Lost and Found. Kind of want to. Let's see what's in here. Let's see what's in here, and then we'll head back east. At least we have 3 different directions we can go over on the east side. Just for once, we actually have nothing. Oh, we actually got the Lost and Found without the repellent. It's a miracle. We're now 6 of 7 for the repellent. Finally. Finally. Alright, here's our trophies. Here's our trophies. So yeah, we need to get that last trophy from the planetarium, and then we can buy the blue tents. Oh, nice. Didn't know you could do this. This is fun. You know what would be really nice, and I kind of wish they did? I wish it would tell you on what day you unlocked the trophy. Hell, it would even be nice knowing what day and what your playtime hour was at the time that you achieved it. That would be fun information to know. Awarded for getting an A. Yeah, because that's the thing. We know about the cursed mode from this. We unlocked the dare mode, so I'm assuming opening the chest is going to unlock the curse mode. But I don't even know if... Wait, how do we start dare mode? We have the plushie. Do we have to access it from the tent? I don't know. But I don't know if those are things that I want to do yet. There's still other achievements we have yet to get. We still need to try the day 1. There's, I think, the what? Get to room 46 within an hour. Oh, okay. Okay, well that's nice. So it's like unlocking a literal completely new game type. That's fun. What about curse mode? Do we got to do the same thing for curse mode? Are they both new game modes? Because that's great. That's nice. Well, and we'll have to try them at some point. Although I have to open the chest for the curse mode. Okay. So I'm assuming you guys are telling me that... I'm assuming you guys... Oh, we can make the laundry room common now. That might actually end up being really useful. So I take it if I open the chest, we're going to start curse mode. Well, that's making me not want to open the chest. Shoot. 2 more keys. We are down low on steps. But I feel like it would be silly to pass up the commissary. Both of these would be good. More gems or more steps and the morning room. Let's get the commissary. Probably end up regretting it if we don't. We got gems on the table. Oh, we never went downstairs. That was one of the other things that we were supposed to do. We were supposed to go down to the sanctum. Well, we got the magnifying glass. I guess we can do it on this playthrough. Can I get a bag of coffee while we're here, please? And can I have a little sugar in my coffee? No flour, please. Hold the flour. Who is selling this stuff to me? Is there a spirit back there? Am I just reaching over and then putting my own coins into the register myself? And for that matter, when you are buying stuff from here, this is just a design standpoint observation. It really should go cha-ching when you buy stuff, right? Instead of the coin sound. Alright, we only have one way we can go right now. This is not great. And we do not have the dancer. Oh no. Well, I'd love to put the dark room down for those extra 2 doors. But that could be really bad. So we're doing workshop. Can I build anything? Nope. Okay, drawing room. Drawing room's good. This is something that we could definitely use right now. Let's try to get into the foundation. Let's try to get into the foundation. I'm tempted to put the nursery down because our steps are not going so great. But I'm also tempted to redraw. Oh, let's redraw. Come on, give us a T. Oh, there's the planetarium! The planetarium's gonna have to wait. We need the doors. Blue tents, you'll have to wait for sure. I don't even know what the next trophy we can go after is. The one that's probably the easiest. We should take a look at the list and pick it. Well, this is not a very good selection, is it? We could do the patio. But it's not going to spread much gems. We'll at least get a gem out of the spare bedroom. We have so many gems right now, though. It is good. We're doing good on gems. And we should get a bonus gems in here, yeah, because of the observatory. I love how it sounds. It's like we just poured it randomly. Poured the water randomly in the middle of the floor. It doesn't even sound like we're hitting plants, does it? It sounds like we're just pouring it on the floor. At least have us come over here and pour it on these plants. Or water this. We do need food. We are needing food. Oh, dang it, dang it, dang it. Greenhouse, I choose you. If only I had the lever. But the question is, why do I keep peeing on the floor? You'd think I'd be out of pee at some point. Every time I enter one of these rooms, I'm just letting it run down my legs onto the floor. We got a lot of good items right now. This is a good setup. Oh, if only we could rotate! If only we could rotate. Probably runs in the family, right? We have so many gems. At least we got a turnip. That was nice. Come on, north. No! We're gonna have to do Mechanarium. This should give us one door north. Oh, this would have been perfect to open the antechamber. Oh, it'd be so nice if it gave us a door to the north and the antechamber door. I don't think it would, though. We only have the workshop. Oh, no, we have the aquarium. We might get the lever. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Let's see if we get the lever. Yes. All right, we've got our way into the antechamber. Now we just got to get there. It's Christmas Eve, right? It is Christmas Eve. Oh, lame. I kind of want to go back. Hope that we get, like, the coat check or something. Oh, man, we still need food. We need food. Probably not great that we're wasting steps here, but we're going to see. We are going to see. Look at all these gems we got. So many gems. Ooh, nice. Very, very nice. And a turnip. Very cool. I am happy with this. Not so happy with this. We should just put the closet down, I guess. Get that extra item. Let's see what we got in here. 2 keys and a compass. The compass will definitely help us. Need the coat check. We're gonna have so many gems. Nice. We're getting so many turnips. Is it bad to eat too many turnips? Alright, we're doing good. We're doing good. Except for that right there. Okay. Delicious! We're gonna get turnip poisoning. That's a thing, right? Go check! Let's get it. Let's get it. Oh no! turnips is causing us to pee too much? Uncontrollably? To be fair, I'm not doing it uncontrollably. I am choosing to pee as I enter those green rooms. Right? It is technically voluntary. Why do we like to do that with Simon? I don't know. It just feels right. Perhaps. Perhaps. Anne probably comes in every day and be like, oh, why does it smell in here? Now I kind of hope that the north door is locked and we can use the silver key right there. Okay, the utility closet wouldn't be a terrible idea, but we'd have to get... no, let's not. Let's not. Oh, you know what? That sucks. If we hadn't dug up the courtyard, we could have unlocked that door. Alright. Where's our puppies? Hello, puppy. I can't remember the order that we did. I think Max is here by his lonesome. Is this Roger? And this is Nova. Eating. Come on, girl, slow down. Don't worry about it. Well, there's our security room. Roger and Nova. That's what we were going with, right? And Max? We have 3 unaccounted gems and 2 trunks. Where do we have trunks at? Did we do something that added trunks to the entryway? Have we missed trunks? Was there like a trunk in the den I didn't see? It's entirely possible. And then obviously there was gems that got spread over to the conservatory, but that'd be so weird if there was 3 down there. Curious. Yeah, so we have 2 trunks somewhere. I don't know how I feel about doing this. What would be a good color set room to do? The only thing I can think of is we could try to get the foyer, but I don't like cutting off. I hate the idea of cutting off the east side and the west side. For that reason, I kind of want to put the pantry down. We could do shops. We've already got a commissary and a gift shop. Kitchen would give us access to the water. Gift shop, obviously, or the showroom could give us some useful stuff too. We're just doing pantry. We're gonna do pantry. Speaking of kitchens, what's on the menu today? Beef stew pie. What do we need for beef stew pie? Do I even have beef stew pie in my folder? Beef stew pie. I do not. Can we look this up? Or is that cheating? I thought I had taken a screenshot of it. Maybe I just didn't put it in the folder. It'll tell you what the extra is? Oh, okay, nice. The boiler room. Okay. Well, I guess we'll keep that in mind. Should we buy any food while we're here? Everything's on sale. We could get a lot of steps from the chef's salad right now. How many green rooms do we have? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. We could get 35 steps. Actually, no, I think 40. 40? Yeah, screw it. Let's get it. That'll last us a while. Alright. That was good. Kitchen was a good draw. The veranda. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. We've put so many green rooms down at this point that kind of feels like it would be pointless, wouldn't it? Aside from the veranda here. Let's just do corridor. I'd be tempted to do the music room on the off chance that we could possibly get the vault key. Breakfast nook, we don't really need the steps. We got so many gems. Yeah, let's do the music room. See what keys we get. What key we get. It's the secret garden, sadly. Look, another key. Well, we got plenty of keys now. We don't need them. Huh. Not really. Once we get the locker room. Probably makes sense to go ahead and do the pool. We don't need the gems. Now I am glad I did the pantry down there. Oh, these gems. Ended up getting more gems than we would have in the parlor anyways. Ugh, if only the antechamber was on this side. The door. I almost kind of want to put the conference room down on the off chance we can get the lever for the east door. What lever? What lever? What levers open the east door? What did that note that tells you what all the levers do? Where did we find that? I probably put the note in the bloody room that we found it. I don't remember what room we found it in. Was it in the green room? The secret garden opens the east door? Does it really? Oh, wow. Is that the lever we have access to, though? Or is there another lever in the wall we haven't opened? So we can't. What lever does the secret garden lever opens the door we've already opened, doesn't it? Shoot. Let's put the conference room down just in case. Just in case. Oh, damn it! Of course it gave me a keycard door. I was hoping it was going to be a normal lock door and we could open the secret garden over there. Oh, how lame is that? So lame. I kind of want to go back to the cloister. Is the cloister door on the ready? We need to get to the west door. We need the west door of the antechamber. Preferably. We'll take it. We'll take the dining room, I guess. At least that lets us go north here. I would say we could wait to see if we get the boiler room, but honestly, we don't need it. We might as well just eat this now. We're gonna have over 100 steps at this point. I'm trying to decide when to use the silver key. Like using the silver key right to the left of the antechamber to hopefully increase the likelihood that we get a door that goes to the right would be nice. This is hard. Obviously, we could put the vestibule down, and then that would give us a way to go to the left, too, and give us access to the south door of the antechamber as well. Utility closet, on the other hand, would allow us to gain access to the keycard doors. So if we were going to make... Yeah, we need the power hammer. We don't have the battery, and we don't have the... that sucks. The walk-in closet could provide us those things. We don't technically really need to get to the east side of the conference room now for the moment. It would suck to get another keycard door. We have 2 keycard doors on the map now. Hopefully we don't get any more. I might go ahead and just put this down so we can go north and west. And hopefully we can get into this bloody antechamber. What? What are we detecting? Something over here? This actually would have been a great spot for the silver key too. That's unfortunate. But the pump room we can put down here, and this will allow us to use the silver key to the north there. And hopefully we'll be good to get into the antechamber. Yeah, let's do it. And we've got 2 redraws we can use if we need to. Come on, be locked. Yes. Okay. What the heck, silver key? I mean, gymnasium and chapel are both fine. Don't really need our gold at this point, so I guess we'll do the chapel. All right, so we have access to the antechamber. That's great. We're not gonna go into it just yet. Let's keep exploring. Classroom. I'm tempted to go ahead and put the quest bedroom down. Should we? We can keep exploring off of the cloister. Can't go off of the courtyard or the conference room until we find a key card, or I just want to do the since we have access to the antechamber right now, I kind of want to go ahead and do this so we can get that 2 allowance just for the heck of it. Does that seem silly? It's only 2 extra allowance. We're at 70 right now. This would give us 72. We don't need the steps. I'm going to put the boudoir down so we can go down immediately right now. And it'll give us 2 more rerolls. So I guess if we want to try on some of these rooms, we could, I don't know, hopefully get the planetarium again at some point. Or maybe the freezer. We have a really good amount of gems and gold. A freezer would be great. So we could do secret garden key. That would ensure that we go straight. Do we need this to do the secret garden though? I mean, not really. What would be the reasons why we would need the secret garden key? I mean, if we found... What are the odds that we're going to find the lever and a battery? Pretty slim, I feel like, at this point. I don't know. Alright, we're going to do it, just in case. Just in case. The workshop. I mean, it's pointless. No, we'd be done at this point. The only, well, not necessarily. We have the one more place we can go to the north of the cloister. But unless we get like a key card. Oh, man, I don't know. We'd have to hope to get a key card or the utility room in order to explore those final 3 tiles. I mean, we could redraw right now, I guess. Sauna. Sauna would be good. And we're definitely trying to play into tomorrow for Christmas. Yeah, let's get the sauna. We'll have 20 extra steps for the next day. Okay, so we've got 4 redraws that we can do north of the cloister. We'll see what we can get. Oh, there's another chest right here. Look at all these keys. Okay. Head into the cloister. Puppies. 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 We could... I think we only have 2 more books to check out from the library. I am going to want to get them, but I mean, they're not... I don't think they're super important, but I am very curious to read them. Let's keep redrawing. Okay. Not ideal. 2 more redraws. Should we just do the planetarium? That'll be a good stop. We'll get the planetarium, we'll get our trophy back, and then we can call it a day here. I do want to go down to the Foundation to go get my stamps, though. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. Although this would be a great spot for the quest bedroom right at the end. Yeah, we're gonna do the planetarium. We're gonna get a trophy back. Give us a trophy. Okay, we're at 7. 7 out of 8 trophies. So yeah, we need to look at the trophy list again. See if we can try to make a goal of finishing another one. Okay, we need to go back to the coat check. Put our key away. We're going to head down here through the Foundation. Oh, right, those would be easy. No, I don't think we're probably closer to finishing the parlor. Than we are the billiard. Most definitely. I'd have to see what it was. That would be an easy one. We just need to do the parlor a few more. I feel like we're in the 30s on the parlor room. So we've got to be close to getting that trophy. So yeah, that would be easy enough. Oh, the freezer would have been great. This much gold and these many gems. How awesome would that have been if we got the freezer at the end? So was the upgrade disc found at the bottom of the Foundation like just a one-time deal? It was, wasn't it? I always keep wondering if we're going to see another item waiting there. Anything. Not necessarily an upgrade disc, but, you know, like a gem or a key. But it's feeling like it was just like a one-time thing with the upgrade disc. Alright, what stamps are we missing? Ah, shoot, I don't remember. I think we have Archeries. We don't have a Raja, I don't think. Oh, speaking of things, I was missing one of the instructions. Which one was I missing? We're actually I'm missing two. I am missing Nuance. What's the other one I'm missing? Morajai? I think I already have this stamp. But I did need... Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is this box here? Did we get a bonus box? What? Collector's copy. Morajai box. Fun for the family. Did we not do the Morajai box? Morajai boxes were a popular fad in the early 30s among both the peerage and common crowds. These small mechanical puzzle boxes originated in the island of Morajai as a children's game, but quickly gained popularity among seafarers who valued the compact boxes as both lockbox and entertainment on long voyages. Why do I feel like I've read this already? Did we read this somewhere else? Or did we read this and not solve the box? What? Over time, the boxes spread from port to port and eventually found their way into the homes and hearts of every realm. A traditional Morajai box is distinguished by a lid featuring a 3x3 grid of white and gray tiles, each white. I'm pretty sure we've read this before, but it's also possible I read this in a different room. The goal of each box is to find a way to make all four corner tiles into white squares. These simple rules evolved as the game spread across the world. Regional variations introduced new colors and mechanics, offering greater challenges and local flavor. While the fad may have ended, Morajai boxes still make for a memorable gift for both collectors and puzzle enthusiasts. So what did I do? Was this the last room we gained access to and all I did was read the postcard and forget about the Morajai box? I guess that's possible. If this was the last postcard, I might have grabbed the postcard and then immediately left. That had to have been it. Alright, how does the white boxes work again? They turn gray ones white. We need 4. And what is the pig rotates? Okay, right. Well, we're done. All right. Huzzah! We have now actually finished the Sanctum. How did I not remember to go there? I guess by the time... No, I would say that by the time we were doing these, it was really late. Don't get me wrong, it was really late. But we did this area at the beginning of the second day 46. Huh. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That had to have been the last postcard that we accessed. And I just grabbed the postcard and left. Okay, I think I got all the stamps. But yeah, I was missing this guide in my screenshots. Don't know if we need it, but it feels incomplete without it. Did I take screenshots of this? Let's see. I did not? Oh, it's right here. What am I missing from these ones, too? Archaries, Costa Rica. I'm missing a... No, Arinda's here. So Archaries, Costa Rica, Araja, Fen, Nuance, Arinda, and Vera. What did I not say? What am I missing? Arinda, Fen, Arch, Araja, Costa Rica. What's next to Costa Rica? Am I missing the painting from Morajai as well? That has to be it. I think my brain just stopped working. We finally got access to Morajai. It had to have been the last room that we did. And I grabbed the postcard and I left. And I didn't take shots of the painting. I didn't do the Morajai box. How strange. Oh my gosh, did I not do anything in here? Did I do the last sigil and then completely leave? Did I not even step in? Had my brain turned to that much of a mush? How would I not have read the postcard? I'm so bewildered right now. I'm so weirded out. How did I do that? How is that possible? It's so weird. So weird. I'm gonna assume that's what it was. So I just solved the sigil and I left? No, because I was looking through my screenshots and I couldn't find the Morajai postcard. And so I was like, I must have forgotten to take a screenshot of it. And then I looked it up. I looked up the postcard so I could actually read it. Yeah, because this is the one that remember I was mentioning that after a short sea voyage didn't make sense? Because he goes from Arch Ares to Morajai, and it claims that after a short sea voyage. And again, the only thing that I can come up with is the fact that he says after a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajai. So the only thing I can figure is he actually took a very long voyage from Arch Ares to one of the small Morajai islands, and then from there he took a short voyage to the main island. That's the only thing that makes any sense, because it's ridiculous. Because how do you go from describing the voyage from Araja to Arch Ares as a 3-day trip, and then turn around and describe going from Arch Ares to Morajai as a short voyage? Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Alright, I think we're done down here. And we got some extra allowance. It's so weird. That still weirds me out. But it explains why I didn't have the Morajai postcard. Because I finished... To be fair, nobody watching at the time noticed that I didn't go in and look at it, apparently. Or if they did, I don't remember. Now I want to go back and check the chat. Did anybody mention it? Did we solve the sigil and then just immediately leave to go do the house after that? Apparently we did. That's so silly. Alright, so... There's 2 rooms that we have down that I would have liked to have done with the monk. The observatory and the planetarium. And the lost and found, for that matter. The code check would also be a fun room to do for the monk. Get your master key right at the beginning. Although that would be a pain in the butt to have to worry about your steps going all the way back outside again. I guess at the very least you'd have to get to the foundation. You could go take that as a shortcut. Alright, we're going to the antechamber though. I'm going to go do the antechamber first. Alright, we don't have the master key. Aw, that puppy jumped up. You're a good Nova. You're good Nova. Oh, Max is up here too. Max, you're such a good Max. Oh, you're a good boy. Roger's like, I'm good. Hey, there's our 4th puppy. Well, Cleo wanted to name an additional puppy Luna. But you said that Evie wanted to do Sarah? Luna or Sarah? What do you think? Is Cerebral going to be kind? Or is Cerebral going to be... What are you LOLing yes to? Which name do you want for the middle? Oh, Luna Sarah. That's a fun idea. Alright. Sarah Luna actually sounds like a cool name too. Luna Sarah or Sarah Luna are both nice names. Like, I almost could picture that being a nice set of names for just someone in general. Like if we were to have a daughter or something. Sarah Luna or Luna Sarah. Sarah Lunatic. I don't know. That kind of ruins the Luna name at that point. I'll run it by Cleo. She has fallen asleep. She's knocked out. Did I just discover a bug? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Do you not use any steps when leaving the antechamber? Let's go see. Let's go across the way. Is this a bug or is this by design? Because we can deposit all of our gold. We can deposit every single gold piece. I really hope this isn't a bug and we're gonna miss out on our steps here. Apparently you don't lose steps. But here's the weird thing. It's gotta be... You would still lose a step, you would think, by entering. Because look, you enter into the antechamber, you lose a step. So there's something about this pathway. Probably because normally when you have this room, when you have a room connected to the antechamber, you have this little opening when you don't have the antechamber open. That the chapel thinks you're leaving the room, but the game has designed it, I'm guessing, so you don't lose a step for entering the antechamber doorway. So as a result, we can do this and not lose any steps. The game is making it so we don't lose steps entering the doorway of the antechamber, but the chapel still thinks we're leaving the room and coming back. I would say possibly that's a bug, but it technically, I would also assume, is by design. So there you go. Now there is a lot of gold in there. Seriously, we probably have at least 250 gold in the piggy bank that we will probably never need to actually crack open. All right, we're calling it a day here. Calling it a day in the antechamber. All right. Day 48. Finished. Garden Shopping Center of Prayers. It feels wrong that you would have like a giant church that was also a shopping center. It feels blasphemous. 9 green rooms, 5 shop rooms, chapel, cloister, and shrine. Alright, so the next day should be Christmas as well, yeah? Day 49. Let's see. So, let's see. Let's come outside. We got extra steps, so we should be able to wander plenty today. And honestly, with the extra steps, I wouldn't be against taking the hovel again. The hovel mixed with the Blessing of the Dancer is fantastic. As long as you're not wanting any other particular blessings, it is of my opinion that the hovel mixed with the Blessing of the Dancer is one of the best ways to do days. Antechamber, please. Okay, let's take a look-see. Oh no. Did we just waste it? So we can't get the the allowance now. Oh shoot. Do we still have to open these doors? Well, we just wasted a step coming in here. Even more so because we wasted our potential allowance. Okay. So we gotta go find levers still. So this might amount to nothing if we don't find any levers. What about room 46? We can do that lever immediately. Should we do that? Because, yeah, we could go down and immediately pull the lever 46. I do feel like we're kind of wasting steps at this point, but might as well. We need an elevator that takes us directly to the sanctum. So are we going to have two antechambers, or is the antechamber in the house going to be not there? I would also have the same question for something like the... If we can do something like the sanctum, would it cause it to cease to be down here? Okay, well that showed us the door opening in what looks like this antechamber. Because our antechamber that we put down would have the south door open, or at least it should look like the south door. Did I hear something strange in here when we came in? I don't know. I don't know. Moving on. Let's go check it out. Let's see. Okay, well, I'm assuming that it didn't cause the other antechamber to cease to be. So that would imply that we have two... Like, did we just duplicate the antechamber? We're getting in our exercise. Thank goodness there's no sprint meter or stamina or anything like that. Ooh. What? Did it just open a door back into the shrine? What's the point of that? Oh, this is not the same shrine. There's a giant ass statue in here. There's a giant ass statue with a... Oh, I don't know. I was gonna say its head was missing, but it looks like it might be buried into the top of the rock. Oh, look at that. There's a big hole above the room. That's interesting. Weird. Strange. This is weirder though. This is very strange. I don't know how to feel about this one. Yeah, it almost looks like where we've been coming inside is like a little tiny volcano or something, and we're in the middle of it. Can we use this? We have a card in its bowl. Steady is the scepter, deadly is the stone, Heavy is the crown, ready is the throne. Well, this feels like a strange coincidence. This has got the picture of the effigy box on it. Steady is the scepter, deadly is the stone, heavy is the crown, ready is the throne. I swear, this game does listen to you, right? It feels like it does. When you have stuff like this that lines up ever so perfectly. We just read about this thing, and now we got a card. Did we get this card because we just read about that? Kind of like how it popped up in the gift shop. All right, well, we have a screenshot of this. Well, I don't know what the scepter is. We can assume the stone it's talking about is the effigy. We have a crown in room 46, and we know about the throne room. But what is this? What is the scepter? Steady is the scepter, deadly is the stone. Steady, deadly, heavy, ready. All right, I have no idea what's going on here. Well, this is fun. I'm weirded out by this giant statue. This giant naked statue. How bizarre. Is this supposed to be like a monk praying? Why is his head stuck in stone? I want to see his head. I'm also curious about this too. Can we tell that there's a hole up there? Well, shoot, now I want to open these doors too. Do these doors lead anywhere? We're gonna have to come back out and see. We gotta find the levers. Yeah, you'd have to assume like maybe there's a hole right in the middle of all this grass up here. Which we can maybe get a better eye on. Is there any reason to go out of the garage again on the west side here? We never have. It's like once we got access to the outer room, I've never bothered going back out to the west side again, but I almost kind of want to. I want to explore over here again. All right. All right, it's Christmas time. Where's the snow? How much fun would it have been if they had made it look Christmassy out here? They could have even done it like made it so that the grass sprites were white and you could have just colored the trees white. I feel like that would have been a very simple thing that you could have done. Just do it for Christmas Day. That would have been fun. Maybe put like some little Christmas light dots on the trees too out here. Wouldn't that have been cool? All right, it's fine. It's fine. All right, we wasted all of our bonus steps outside just now. Literally all of them. We're at 68. So much for those well, I don't know. Maybe this was the perfect time to do the bonus steps. For this. Specifically this. Yeah, I mean, I guess. But honestly, that makes it even worse too. If it's a one-time only thing, why not give away the day? I don't see the harm, to be perfectly honest. For all anybody knows, the Christmas day would just simply have been snow and Christmas decorations and nothing else to it, right? I don't know. I don't know. They could have. They could have done. They could have changed. And honestly, depending on how that would look, once we hit December, they could have done snow. Which is a fun idea. That's something they could still do at some point. Like if they ever came out with the update that included the Dirigible blocks. Because the fact that so many people are playing this game over so many days, you could have it start off the way it is, have snowy environment during December and maybe January, and then when you hit February or March, you could have it change back into spring. I don't know. It's not necessary, but it would have been a fun little detail for them to do if they wanted to. Hmm. Where to go? Where to go? No bonuses. No bonuses, sadly. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, so this adds a new combo. Do we not do the squared until the final edition? So the square is the last. So we wait until we come back around to the last edition. You do squared on both of them? Well, that does make a bit of a difference. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the idea of doing math problems like this. It definitely makes it more interesting, and I like that it keeps changing. We still haven't even gotten to any of the squiggly lines on the dartboard yet. But it makes math significantly more interesting playing it on the weird dartboard combination. Hmm. Well, there goes our 2 gems. Keycard's good. Getting the keycard right out of the gate is fantastic. Alright, we need to get that gem out of the den. It's the only gem we're going to have. What number are we on these? The observatory could easily be way better than the 2 gems of the parlor. But that is going to leave us with no gems. Let's see. Let's see. Give us some gems. Oh, we're at 48. This should be a good one. Yes. Much better. Very, very good. Nice. Very, very nice. I am happy. I am happy with this. Check out our next book. Or get 2 more gems. Let's get 2 more gems. See if we can get up here on the foundation. Alright. This box contains the gems. The empty boxes both have true statements. The blue box has a true statement. Okay, well, that doesn't work. Blue box is claiming that empty boxes both have true statements. This is trying to say that the blue box is a true statement. But that can't be, because the black box would have to be false in that case. Okay. Alright, we have a lot of gems to start out with. This is good. This draw, not so good. Dang it. Well, we might as well buy all these. These aren't 50% off, though, are they? But they'd all be worth having. Now, okay, so the one thing is that if we get this, this puts us up at 49 again for the stars. Which means if we put the observatory down tomorrow, we're going to be back on the inkwell again. Which wouldn't necessarily be a terrible thing, having a bunch of redraws at our disposal. I'm curious what's at 49. We haven't looked at the observatory on 49. Do we need you? We would only need the torch, I would assume, if we got the freezer. 49 is very good. The only way we can get 49 is by not taking this. That sucks. We're gonna hold off for the moment. Yeah, The mace would be nice. The mace would definitely be nice. Yeah, but do we want to have Inkwell again tomorrow? Because there's that too. I don't know. We'll put a pin in the mace. If we need the mace, we'll get it. Or the Morning Star. Let's check these rooms down here. Do we want to go west or do we want to go east? Right now, Armory gives us access to the east side. This side does not. So we'll go this way first. I wouldn't mind saving the conference room for later on. When I say that, there might be no later on. We'll probably get all the draws. Yeah, we'll just put it here. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, trophy room. Hopefully we can get the code room at some point here. There's our 7 trophies. We need one more. Uno más. Yeah, I feel like the parlor's gonna be the easy trophy to get next. So 8 workshop contraptions, 2 of which I don't even think I know about. I'm not sure what the drafting strategy sweepstakes are. So all the other ones, well, 3 of those on the right. Well, we could do the trophy of speed if we set our mind to it and just kept going, draw, and just hope that we can get up north. I wouldn't mind trying that one with the hovel, to be honest. Doing trophy of speed. We could set our mind to get the trophy of speed. I feel like give me the blessing, the dancer, and the hovel, and then on that day just try to get up north as quickly as possible. What? Why? That's insane. So you don't even have anything? No bonuses either? You have a 1 day which you have to do from the beginning, and in an under hour from the beginning? That's madness. That's crazy. They're crazy. So we could try those ones at any time. You might as well try to get both of those trophies at the same time, I guess. Just get them both. If you're going for the under an hour, you might as well go for the 1 day at the same time. And if an hour lapses, just start over on a new day. Well, I would hope it's a real world hour, because the other implication would be at 8 minutes. They should have an in-game day. Hour achievement too. Get to room 46 in 8 minutes. Alright. Well, but anyway, yeah. Getting the 8th trophy, the parlor game's illogical trophy is probably going to be our 8th trophy. More than likely. I don't know where we are right now, but I'm pretty sure we're very close. We're very close to 40. Oh man, we're gonna be dead-ended here. We can't do the laboratory. We can finally do the laboratory, so we might as well go ahead and do that. It's either that or we want to get more steps. Let's go and do the laboratory, because we haven't activated the extras. See, now we need the mace man. Okay. experiment setup? How did we do this again? Did we have to log into the network? I don't remember. Data transfers? Yes. I would have to make a day of it. If we were trying to go for the day one and or the hour trophy, we would just have to dedicate a stream to it. Unless we could do it on our very first day. That'd be super silly. Okay. So yeah, we want that remove a crate from the tunnel. That is what we want. The permanently increasing lockpicking skill is kind of a neat idea. If you could raise your lockpicking skill to 100% and you got a set of lockpicks that would negate the need to put down the code room, it'd be like having 2 master keys that you can obtain. Okay, experiment setup. Oh, we got the remove a crate right off the bat. Each time you draft an upgraded floor plan, each time you draft a tomorrow room, while drafting, if you draw a drawing room floor plan. We have a lot of upgraded floor plans. How many have we put down? How many tomorrow rooms are there? Upgraded floor plans? I don't even know how many I have. But yeah, we could do that. I'm curious how many I've put down. Alright, we'll do that. Each time you draft an upgraded floor plan, remove a crate from the tunnel. Combine. Let's go! Experiment started. Now we just need to not dead-end ourselves. That would be great. That would be great. Have we put down any upgraded ones? We put down a parlor. Is that the only one we put down? The parlor? We've only used one? Man, our foundation is not in a good place right now. No, it is not. Got 2 keys. It's not ideal. Bare bedroom we'll put down. That'll give us our first upgraded. Should we do the quest bedroom? Obviously the first instinct would be to put the bedroom down, but quest bedroom will give us another crate removed. We're only going to have a couple different ways to go from here. What else are we trying to do today? We're trying to get the levers. We're trying to get the levers. We're trying to get the boudoir. Oh, we can't forget about the boudoir. It's gotta be the boudoir, right? The room with the Christmas card. Yeah, we need to find the boudoir. And the boudoir is an upgraded room, so that'd be perfect. Come on, boudoir. Boo. There's an upgraded room. We do not want that one. Oh man, we're getting ourselves into a very bad place. Hey, a lever. Okay, let's see. Okay, alright, we're gonna do the commissary. Well, there's a hammer in here. I don't know if it would be worth going back to the laboratory. It's far away at this point. Okay. I'm gonna get the compass, even though it might kill our travel down to the right there, but yeah, it'd be better to go north. Let's get the compass. Nice. Wait, is the patio an upgraded room? Doesn't matter, we're putting it down anyways. The only thing that the Dovecote would be good is that we'd be able to rotate the next one. That's not an upgraded patio, is it? Right. I just said that. I just said that. I can't rotate the next one? Well, that's lame. I mean, it wouldn't be... Yeah, I mean, we'd be wasting the patio, I guess, technically speaking. Alright. I'm disappointed I can't rotate off the Dovecote. At least we have a shovel. I guess that would basically... Oh, we got the deposit box key! Oh, we need to get the vault! Oh, that's just one other thing that we're going to want to be doing. Alright, Dovecote was definitely the way to go. Look at all these freaking piles. Crazy. We need the vault, and the vault is a dead end. We have so few ways to actually go. Let me use the basement key. This is not good. This is not good, man. Alright, we're gonna do chapel, so we have more ways to go. Not gonna waste the night shield, though. Oh, we need our master key. Alright, let's do archives. We'll knight it. Greenhouse would give us access to the antechamber. I'm tempted to do the veranda, though, so that'll give us more rooms to expand upon. We're already going to be able to go to the tile north of the archives. We have too many goals we're trying to hit right now. Yeah, we're going to do veranda for that reason. Yeah, veranda is definitely the way that we went. We're going to see how we do here. The lack of keys is what's going to be our... That's what's going to end up screwing us. Oh, the code check. Oh, the vault! Oh, no. I mean, this would be a great place for the dining room, too. This draw of 3 is terrible. Which would be more important? Making sure we can get through the doors? It just occurred to me we also have the key card. We can come up through the foundation. I did. I don't know what's in the I don't know what's in this vault. I just know we have a vault key. So we have a vault door that we have not opened. We got the sanctum key, I think, on the second vault door that we opened. So I'm going to assume it's random, but we got the vault, we got the sanctum key on the second door we opened, and then we got another passport on the third. I'm feeling like coat check is probably the best way to go, so we don't have to worry about getting locked out. We only have one key. Even though this would be a perfect place for the dining room. We're gonna do coat check. Now we don't have to worry about that anymore. Don't like dead ending right here, but it is what it is. What am I detecting? Oh, key. Alright, we should be good on travel at this point. Damn it! Damn it! The only thing I can consider doing is if we could put the lost and found down and then use it as a backup in the event that we need to go in there. Like, we could go ahead and check the master key before going in there in the event that we need to. That's the only reason I would consider doing this. So we'll do lost and found. We will not go inside unless we have to, and we will not go inside unless we have checked the master key. North facing rooms, my ass, game. What is this? What is this? Well, the room next to the armory is going to be pointless. Other than just being out of curiosity, checking to see what it is. We're going to have to go back outside and come up through the foundation. Well, we don't need the lost and found anymore. I almost kind of want to put the gym... I think the gymnasium's going to be better. I don't want to risk redrawing. We have 2 north-facing rooms. We can put the gymnasium down. That'll avoid the lost and found. A greater chance of avoiding the lost and found. And open up access to the foundation right now. Possibly. But we are going to lose steps. Unless we can find the frickin' utility room at some point. This is not a great middle room. This compass is worthless. This is a worthless compass. We gotta put this drafting studio down just so we have access to the west. What is this madness? Oh, we're getting screwed. Why are we getting so many dead ends? You would think that we saw Draxus in the observatory. I didn't accidentally open a Draxus, did I? What is this? Stop giving us dead ends. This is insane. All right, we actually have we can make some tools. Did it just knock me down? Did it act like I stepped out and stepped back in? Oh man, this sucks. I want to go get that battery, but I don't necessarily want to make anything with it just yet, because if we get to the end of the day and I can make something like the... I would have to find the lockpicks. I don't know what else there is to make. I wanna look it up. Alright, we're going this way. Christmas! Friday, the Christmas. We're not getting the boudoir. Damn it! Damn it, damn it! Man, we're having some bad luck. What am I gonna miss if we don't get the boudoir today? We are trying to go to the boudoir, right? What am I going to miss out on? Because I'm getting boned right now. I am getting boned. I see. I'll have to start all the way over, is what you're saying? Is the irony that outside of the fact that we're just getting to experience something unique in the game that can only be done once, is it just going to be like stuff? Alright, we only need 4 and 5, right? We've already read 3. 3 was one of the ones that was initially on here. So let's get 4. That's true. You gotta celebrate Christmas. Okay, so we just need... The funny thing is if we hadn't jumped ahead, we hadn't rushed into some of those parlor puzzles, we'd already have the trophy. So we just need to solve 3 more parlor puzzles on the first try. We're way off from getting the billiard room. I mean, I wouldn't say we're way off, but we still need 15 more dartboards. But 3 more parlors and we'll have the trophy. I mean, unless it's unique stuff. If it was unique stuff that you could only get on Christmas Day, then man, I would want to make sure that we definitely were getting it. But, you know. Terrible. Just terrible. Yeah, you would think that they would let you look through your pass grades too, if you had pass grades. Pick your highest grade and then your previous grades. So if we don't get the boudoir, and it's just like random stuff like gems, keys, or rare items. Ugh, why did I come in here? Well, I guess we could get this stuff. I don't know. I don't know what we'll do at that point. Look it up on YouTube just to see what it looks like. Because I can't imagine, even if we started over on other days for like the different modes, what are the odds that I'm going to get to day 49? It's possible. because we are running out of places to go. We have one room that we can do to the right of the armory, and we have one space north of the workshop that we have to hope that we get a T. I see. That'd be pretty key. That would be time appropriate for 1993. Lame! I guess it would make more sense to go to the left. That has more tiles. We're running out of gems, though. That's the only thing that sucks. We're going to be spending 2 gems here. Shoot. I'm trying not to. Oh, the boudoir! We got it! We got the boudoir. Cleo doesn't care. She doesn't understand how significant this is. We won the game! We beat the game, baby! She went, meh. Meh. Look! Christmas presents! It's Christmas time! She's like, meh. Christmas isn't real. Santa's fake. She literally just glanced and then rolled over. It's beautiful! Look at how beautiful it is! I love it. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Look at all these presents. Wait, what? We can't open the boxes? These are stocking stuffers on top of the boxes. Evie, it's Christmas! Look at all the Christmas presents that we can't open! Yay! Why can't we open the boxes? Alright, yeah, this wouldn't have been that big of a deal if we had missed out on it. But it is very pretty. Is it exactly like the postcard? Let's see. Is it identical? I mean, it's missing the safe in the corner, obviously. The music player's still there, so it's not identical. There's no Christmas hat on the dummy either. How sad. How sad. Oh my gosh, stop it. But it's close enough, right? This is a weird place to put a tree. Even more so with the chandelier. It would make more sense for it to be like in the corner of the room with the furniture rearranged. Or right here. Move this stuff and put the tree in this corner. That's what I probably would have done. I would have removed these objects and put the tree in this corner. That feels like a perfect spot for the tree. Oh yes, because we need the gem now. We got so many Christmas gems already. Alright, what else are we doing? The boudoir was definitely one of the main ones, and we got another trigger. We've only gotten 3 triggers, unfortunately, which is a super bummer. I don't think we're going to get into the antechamber. I guess we didn't need to get into the antechamber. Not really. We wanted to find more levers to see if they did anything outside. Oh, I got the dining room. There were a lot of crates. I think I was secretly hoping that if the crates were going to start getting removed from the tunnel, that they would remove, you know, the ones in the way. don't focus on taking them all out. Look at all this. Look at all these steps. And one extra with a dab of salt. Exactly 100 steps. 100. I love it. I love it that we celebrated Christmas. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Oh, we almost had exactly 2 green rooms. So this is a little bit of a dilemma. Do we put the bunk room down to do the experiment? That stops us from being able to do these other 3 tiles. Right, but that would be it. We'd only have one other room that we could do if we put down the bunk room. So is it worth giving up the other 3 tiles just for the one extra experiment, but passing up 3 other possible experiments? I mean, I have no idea. I can't remember what upgrades we have. We still have the cloister that we have not put down. What other rooms have we upgraded that we haven't put down? I need to keep track of my upgrades. Now that we know that this is a possibility, I need to look through my room directory and see what upgrades we have. But yeah, I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. If we put the bunk room down, we get an extra experiment. We have 1 more tile that we can do. If we don't put the bunk room down, we have potentially 4 extra tiles that we can do. Let's gamble a little. Let's move forward. We also have the 1 key for the vault. So honestly, if we got the vault again, I'd be wanting to put it down. If you guys are saying, like, we have to remove, like, possibly every bloody box in that tunnel, then I'm not too fussed that we don't get too many experiments. Well, that ended that real quick. Doggone it. Now, let's put this down, the solarium. Oh, we can redraw. We have 6 redraws. Hey, Chihuahua. If only we didn't have this on the side. Courtroom would allow us to keep going. Courtroom is an upgrade. So let's do it. I wish it wasn't just called courtroom. It's kind of... They needed to have renames for all of these upgrades, even if one like this that's simple. Because this is an upgraded room, right? Courtyard, +2 guaranteed. Call it like the Gem Courtyard or something. Yay, the garage keys. Okay. Ooh, treasure trove. Let's do the treasure trove. That'll give us access to another room, and we'll get to see what the next memo says. Didn't we want the boiler room for some reason? I can't remember. Maybe I'm thinking of the dinner. Look at all that money. That's a lot of money. Okay, let's see. The true treasure of the trove is not in this room. Okay, so that's false, which means the true treasure of the trove is in this room. Which means that green one that we read earlier was also false. So it's guaranteeing that the real... Is there like a certain point where we're gonna know? Like, can I open one of these boxes? Let me open this box. And this box. Because, yeah, didn't that basically just confirm that the true treasure of the trove is in this room? Okay. Here's another box. I mean, there's a lot of treasure in here. Is this not considered treasure? Is this stuff not made of gold? This is some pretty impressive treasure in here. Right? Okay, let's do another experiment. Cloister, let's do it. Alright, cool. We've done 5 so far today. That's good. Beep, beep. Alright. So it's not it wasn't a great experiment today. But pretty good. Wasn't a waste. We've done at least 5. We have one more spot that we can try. What are we hearing? Where is it? Cleo's awake. Let's go show her the Christmas room again. She says she remembers it. I don't believe her. We're gonna check it out anyways. We have to pass through it anyways. We got so many steps. Look, here it is. It didn't let us open any of the boxes. They totally should have made it so you had to open the boxes and then you got random items. Wouldn't that have been more fun if each box like popped open? You got gems inside of one, keys inside of the other. Maybe like a rare item, certain keys. You know what I mean? They should have filled all these with cool boxes. It's a one-time thing. Why not, right? Fill each one of these boxes with different rare items from the game. Give us keys and tools and all sorts of stuff. It is here, kind of. It did give us rerolls. Those rerolls were invaluable because we got to do we got the treasure trove and we got 2 more experiments done. So it turned out the bedroom was the right call. All right, we have one more place to go. And we don't need the master key, so we might as well put the master key away. Is there anything we should build that we have not built before? I mean, we can build a power hammer, but I don't know why we would need to. Is there anything we've not built? What does this make? Does this make something? Is this what we needed with the... I guess we'll hold off for a moment, because who knows? Maybe we'll get the lockpick in whatever room that we put down next. So we'll come back to one of the workshops if we have to. No. No, that's what I'm saying. We would need to find the lockpick. I'm sad. That's the one thing that we really lost from that day, and that was a bummer. Was building that lockpick. Would it be faster to go down through the foundation than it would be to walk back through the house? Oh, we gotta go to the code check anyways. I mean, I guess my question still stands. But honestly, we would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to get into the foundation. We might as well just go out. We might as well just go down and around. Alright, code check. We need to go to the code check. And not through the lost and found. Although I am curious what's in there. It looks like dice. And a lucky rabbit's foot, maybe? It looks like 2... I think it's dice and the lucky rabbit's foot. Is there anything we can build with the lucky rabbit's foot? Other than the lucky coin purse, which we don't even have the coin purse. No? Well, then what the heck is in there? Something white is over on that table. It looks like the rabbit's foot and something else. I don't know what that is. But they're definitely both sitting side by side over there. It looks like dice to me, but I don't know. You think it could be the stopwatch? I mean, we could always come back and go in there just to look. Once, you know, we don't have to worry about anything else. We have the vault key. If we manage to get the vault next to the armory, that'd be cool. We might as well come back, since we're going to be depositing the gold, and we can deposit more gold into the chapel. Why not, right? Got so many freaking steps. We could do the mechanarium. That would give us access to the left antechamber door. Gosh, we actually don't have very many mechanical rooms down. Alright, never mind. I mean, we would... Well, I mean, we would get it. It's a dead end. We definitely would. We would get at least the antechamber door lever. But I kind of want to keep redrawing for the vault. How many spare rooms would we get? We got 2 workshops. We got the laboratory. Is that it? Is that all we've got? And then we would have the mechanarium itself. Not much. Not much. Alright, let's keep redrawing. It's fine. Alright, one more redraw. Boo. Boo! Let's see what's in the showroom. The aquarium? Why would we wanted the aquarium? Oh, shoot, you're right. Yeah, we could have done the upgraded aquarium. I wasn't thinking about upgrades anymore. Alright, let's see if there's a pendant here in the showroom. What do we got in here? Nope. Bummer. Pendant would have been a nice way to end. Alright, let's go back to the Lost and Found to see what's inside there, just out of curiosity. Well, the crates have been removed already. Could we go out there and look? And see some of the crates already been removed? Or is it not going to be until the next day? Oh, it just occurred to me we put the quest bedroom down. That would have been a reason alone. Although, it's too late, right? Since I already had the thing come out of the ground, if you enter the antechamber today, add 2 to your allowance. Now I want to go back to at least the antechamber outside to see if that's there now, but... Yeah, sad day. Yeah, we'll go look. We will go look. We'll go look at the antechamber. We'll go look at the crates. We'll go look at the crates. Alright, what are we going to lose? There's nothing in here that matters if we lose it at this point, right? Everything... Nothing matters at this point. Yeah. We lost the broken lever. It is dice. The funny thing is, though, is that it's not a rabbit's foot. What is the stopwatch? What is the stopwatch I thought was the rabbit's foot? Well, that answers that question, Wally. You can get dice. Apparently, dice is considered a rare item. Yeah, well, you've also never seen somebody get frickin' 6 repellents in a row. Something new for everything. Come on. Ah! Come on! It's like the dove sound effect was like stopping me from doing my deposits. My lost and found is special. All the repellent you can eat. Alright, we deposited a lot. We made use of that stopwatch. Alright. So we're going outside. I mean, I don't pick it up. That would be a perfectly valid possibility, and maybe Ann Babbage was just kept bringing us more at our request. But I was leaving it behind. Of the 6 times that we drew it, I picked it up only 3 times. I left it behind half the time. Oh, look at that. We got it. Amazing. I'm weirded out how it was like sticking up out of the podium. It actually makes me wonder if we had gotten into the antechamber to the north, we probably would have gotten another one. We probably would have gotten 2 bonus allowances. Shoot, we should have put the mechanarium room down. Alright. Well, at least we got that. Allowances all around. Let's go take a look at the tunnel and see what's in there. Bose! How goes it? Welcome back, happy Saturday. That was the goal for the day, just to get that 2 allowance. We succeeded. I think it has. Yeah, it's removed some boxes. Yeah, it removed boxes on the left and it's removed boxes on the right. See, if you were smart, you would direct people to remove like a pathway of boxes. Or, like, remove this one next and then that one over there. And then we can walk through them. But yeah, sure enough. Somebody, while I was in the house, came over and removed these boxes. Was it Anne? Anne! You could say hello if you're sneaking around behind my back. It's okay. I own this place. I am the master here now. You feel free to say hello every once in a while. It's all right. Right? We could go back inside and deposit more gold, but I kind of don't care. Seriously, there's after that big deposit that we just did, there's got to be 300 gold in our piggy bank. Oh gosh. So is it Randolph? Is Randolph zapping the boxes? Maybe. Maybe. Alright, well, we did a lot today. We did a lot of good stuff today, didn't we? We got to try the first of an experiment for the Cinca stuff, and it just happened to be removing the boxes, so that was really nice. We celebrated Christmas. We got the planetarium again, so we got that trophy. We completed the final exam, even though Dagobah robbed us of having the full satisfaction of doing that. What else did we do? We did a lot. We did a lot. It was good. It was a good set of 3 days that we did today. 47, 48, and 49. So, success, right? Success. There's our plushie. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. So yeah. I guess we'll call it here. This is a good stopping point. Very, very good set of days. Definitely made up for the catastrophe that was day 46, which had to be repeated. Even though day 46 technically overall was a success. We also, yeah, we got the cursed coffers, right? We read our book. We had a half an hour of story time, which gave us access to the cursed coffers. So really lucky that in that same day that we read the book, we also got access to the gift shop. And then on top of that, we found some cursed card inside of the weird shrine that we encountered. We had 3 very nice connections, all not in the same day, but in the same playthrough at the very least, today's stream. So good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, really, really good. I mean, day 46 wasn't bad. Groundhog Day or not, day 46 was not bad. We had a lot of successes in it. Obviously, we finished the Sanctums. We got to room 46. We were able to solve the cork board, and got the deed and all that stuff. I think the biggest bummer about day 46 is that it was just unnecessarily long, right? I ended up playing way longer than I should have for the day 46, because the second day 46 ended up taking another 4 hours to complete. As these days can do sometimes. Indeed. What more clues do we have in a new clue? Are we done with the new clue book? Is there still some stuff we haven't finished? I'm trying to remember what's in it. We did the signs. We got the minor major key. We got the sundial notification. I don't know. I don't know if there's more in the new book or not. I guess we could take a look at it later on. But we are calling it here. We were calling it here. That'll be a discussion for another day. Right, the microchips. A lot of stuff in that book. Alright, guys. Well, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I am going to be back tomorrow for more Avatar. We'll be back for more Blueprints next week. As always, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't yet already. I do very much appreciate it. Subscribe if you'd like to be notified of future streams. And if you are watching this at a later time, thank you for taking the time to do so. Wally, Cerebral, Bose, take it easy. Thank you for the help, guys. I am always very appreciative of the tips and coming along on the journey with me. And until tomorrow, everybody, sleep well, be well, stay chill, stay relaxed, and I hope to see you then. Good night, and goodbye.